Hello, can I start? Hello. I guess these are the people who want to talk about copyright. First day in the morning. Yeah. Oh, wow. More people who want to talk about boring copyright. First thing in the morning. Okay, let's start because my time is clicking. Um, how do I start it? I don't see my. Oops. I don't see the slides. Sorry, I don't see the slides on the screen. Oh. Okay. So welcome to the maybe the most boring session of Wednesday. Photo permissions for muggles, creating efficient processes with VRT. Now, the disclaimer is I was hoping to get a workshop because, workshop could have helped um, to also figure out what are the ways and share more experiences. But we are going to have what we have. So my username is Antonana. I'm a Ukrainian Wikipedia editor and admin. I'm also a VRT agent, member of Wiki Loves Monuments Ukraine organizing team and of Wikimedia Ukraine. And I'm also chair of the Wikimedia Foundation Board of Trustees, but that's like a side business. So let's see who is in the room first. Any VRT agents? Okay. Any admins or other users with extended rights? Okay. Anyone who supported getting a permission for a picture? Okay. Anyone who uploaded at least one picture to Wikimedia Commons? Okay. Anyone who knows about copyright? Okay. At least I don't have to explain about copyright from the beginning. Okay. Does everyone know what VRT means? VRT is Volunteer Response Team, formerly known as an OTRS, and it's a group of volunteers who are the first thin defense line from muggles contacting wiki projects when they do not understand stuff about Wikipedia or about Wikimedia Foundation. And just in case, let's clarify the important terminology. Muggle is a person who lacks any sort of magic ability and was not born into a magical family, meaning Wikimedians are magic people and muggles are people who lack the ability to understand how Wikipedia at the moment, or knowledge about how Wikimedia projects work. So there are things when you are a Wikipedian that really sucks of being a Wikipedian. For me, emotionally, this is when I have to contact families or loved ones of Wikipedians or people who passed away in order to get a picture under a free license. Because, people are mourning, people have loss, and here I am talking about copyright, and no, I just cannot take a picture from a Facebook page or send via Messenger. And this is a Wikipedia article about a Ukrainian Wikipedian who got killed in a war with Russia while defending Ukraine. And I received a permission for his picture from a family event from his sister. But this is like a part that I really do not enjoy. Somebody has to do it. But emotionally, this is like the biggest downer for me. And partially, the problem is that we, as Wikipedians, are working on something that is poorly understood in the outside world by muggles. Partially, the problem is that we, as Wikipedians, are working on something eternal, evergreen, and which is meant to be never finished. The sum of all knowledge is also expanding. It means that we are never going to have everything. So the work is never done, so it doesn't feel like there is a deadline, and we can postpone whatever things we are doing. And partially the problem is that we as Wikipedians also find deadline or some strong emotions motivating. So a death of a notable person or a fellow Wikimedian would make us reprioritize. I could have write about something else, but I'd rather actually write about something that is happening now. I do not randomly or even systematically write to people asking for their pictures. It requires time, nerves, patience to explain the magic that yes, I really need to understand who is the author and the copyright holder, and a screenshot or a forwarded message are not enough, and I would need an email with the permission from a real person. Sometime in late 2024, I read a post or an article about how a former prisoner of war felt uncomfortable with pictures that were taken of them after they just got from the exchange of prisoners. After 3 years of not eating normally, of not sleeping normally, being in a captivity, I also don't think that I would have felt comfortable with journalists just taking pictures and then, sending them everywhere. I'm usually upset even when my family members just share a picture of me in an all-family chat without checking with me, is it like okay? Maybe I didn't really like that picture. And that motivated me to reread the Wikimedia Foundation Board resolution from 2013 on media about living people. And it actually struck me that I do not think I was ever taught to be kind to people portrayed in our projects. And you can see here the part of the resolution which talks about we should be kind, we should be more patient to people who are portrayed in our projects, to treat the requests to change or how they are portrayed, or like questioning how they are portrayed with patience. I don't really think that this is like a part of our usual process. And my usual process was I find a more or less suitable picture by a photographer who is willing to release it under a free license, and I would take it, no questions asked. I mean, why would I make my life more complicated? So subjects of the articles themselves are kind of really not needed for a copyright chain on our projects. Well, unless we are talking about a selfie. It was not updated. So a few years back, there was a monkey selfie situation. For those people who don't know about that, you should read it. The article about that and everything, because taking selfies is a process, taking good selfies is also a process, but also easier with copyright, right? Like, I mean, a person is happy with their selfie, why not? They are the copyright holder. So normal and maybe efficient process would be an article about a person one is working on, find a picture, find its author or photographer, ask them for a permission. That's it. Kind and not as efficient process would be an article about a person one is working on, find a contact for the subject of that article, ask for a picture of them they themselves like, find its author, photographer, and ask them for a permission, right? Like, I mean, I'm adding a step that is not requested, but I feel that this should be a part of the process. So as I do not have enough things in my life to do, I started a 100 photo wiki days challenge. And for 100 days in a row, I wrote to a notable person, at least one notable person a day, with a missing, bad, or outdated picture of themselves, and asked them if there is a picture of themselves they would rather have, and then followed the kind process. So in 100 days, I wrote to 163 different people on Facebook, Instagram, via emails. And if you're writing on Facebook, it doesn't mean that they're going to accept your request for friendship and see your messages and whatever. So it's all messy. But then I also wrote to around 80 photographers, because you write to a person, then you need to write to another person. I received permissions or a license change for 135 pictures, picturing 72 individuals, like distinct individuals. So with some drastic changes here, like this was a picture before, and the person was trying to change it for years, but she doesn't understand exactly how it works. She's uploading picture, it gets deleted, she's receiving message, whatever, on a talk page, somewhere on Commons. She has no idea, how to communicate, and she has been trying for years. Finally, she just like gave up on it. And when I wrote a letter, like, would you like to maybe change it? And, do you have like a better picture? I'm assuming that yes, she does, but, and she was like, oh my gosh, finally, like, I have been like, I wrote her like a Wikipedian letter, like, would you like to change? And she was like all this like emotional, like, yes, finally. So that was the result. I also learned that we are so magical that the way we do things is really not clear to non-Wikimedians. Like, I mean, when you are communicating with real people who know nothing about Wikipedia, they are like, they don't understand that this step means exactly that. They need like somebody to take them by hand and walk them through. So actually, some Wikipedians also never got into that. It's not as if all Wikipedians know how to give a permission or how to help people to get a permission. So we expect people to understand about copyright. Our rules, our information expects people to understand about copyright, and ideally beyond, you cannot use music from a Disney movie on YouTube, like a bit more than that. We also want them or expect them to have a really good, or at least good enough, relationship with a photographer that took a picture of them at some point in time, got paid, and already doesn't remember even that person. Like, we expect them to actually, be able to send a permission, go to Wikimedia Commons, read or at least generate an email, then send an email. Don't forget to attach a file that they, who knows even if they have it, because usually, especially commercial photographers, they would have like, a lot of pictures. They would not save them because they do not have all the like enough space to just save about like thousands of people that they take pictures of. And this is like a usual one. Yeah, of course, there are some queues that they would help and they would upload the picture, but usual one is, okay, great, you would like to give us a permission, and this is a picture, and we checked, and everything is fine. Now please go register on Wikimedia Commons, upload the picture, and then, we'll continue communicating with you. And communicating with you is very Wikipedian way. I mean, this is quite unrealistic, and that's the reason we do not have hordes of people, and here I mean muggles, donating good quality pictures to Wikimedia Commons. Like, this is not something that after 24 years of existence, we can expect people to do. They know we have existed for a long period of time. By this time, people should have learned how to do something. Now, I understand that my kind way of getting pictures under a free license is not really efficient if you look just at, a work of one volunteer. But then what's the alternative? To wait for people themselves to somehow upload, to get photos deleted, to discover our instructions, to follow them to the letter, to communicate with us, and maybe repeat this process a few times for a few years. This is also not efficient. We might not see this efficiency from our side, right? Because we do not do that, all those steps. But these people whom we don't know and might not even know that they exist, they have been trying these processes, figuring out, or like hoping for some Wikimedia gods to, I don't know, have mercy on them, and it never came. Again, this was the approach, to wait for people to figure out us, come to us, and offer good pictures of themselves, so to say, or of other notable people. Or the other alternative is like to spend money and time on going to events and taking pictures there. Like that's also like, you know, resources spent. And not all notable people go to events. They might still do not like a photo of them taken with taken by a wiki photographer. So humor me thinking about, you know, that maybe a kind a kinder VRT process for muggles is actually not that inefficient, because we are also getting, or might be getting pictures, and we might also save people's time and frustration and emotions. It's not only about us. So I sketched contact the subject of the article as a step one, not, you know, photographer, but a subject of an article. Think about yourself or a dear one for you who would want to have some agency in choosing what kind of picture is going to be representative of you in the wide internet. That's how people are going to see you. You know, in Ukraine, we would usually, like, I mean, the older generation would be really preparing for how the funeral will go, from packing the best shoes that they have and, you know, having a shelf, to a picture of what is going to be on a headstone, because they know that once it happens, and it's kind of bound to happen at some point in time, the family needs to deal with that, and they would be looking for pictures, and they would be putting something that you know, might not want to have it. My grandmother has a picture of her very young. No one remembers her as that, you know, 18 or 20-year-old girl. So I don't think that she would have preferred to have that. So like on a step one, think about the subject of an article for more, or take them for more than just a subject of an article. But think of them as a person who would like to have some agency. I mean, if they refuse or they don't like Wikipedia, you know, that's their choice. But if they would like to have some agency in choosing the picture, we should try to offer them that opportunity. Then, of course, still need to check about rights. If it's possible to get an original file, copyright, if copyright belongs to somebody, because if it's notable person, they can also have like some agency or something. So, you know, there is still like a boring part, which also exists in a usual way, like a usual approach. And actually, the most efficient way to have a VRT process for getting a permission is not to have a VRT process to begin with. So if you are able to get a permission, a change of the license of a published work, that's better. So for example, if it's a notable person, they might have their website or their social media or something. They might, especially if it was like first publication and they have the original file, you can just go through the license review process. You can upload a picture and a license reviewer on Commons can look at it, and you don't need to go through the VRT process. That's the most efficient part of that. And then, of course, if you do need to contact a photographer or a copyright holder, then contact them, and just be mindful that, again, they are busy people, they moved on in their life, they are not getting paid for this, they are doing this like for, I don't know, the goodness of their heart, and especially like remind them their social media or their website can be mentioned in the description of the file. I was doing the whole prep work. I was uploading the pictures that I received. I was creating an attachment, already a file with the permission, with the inserted link to the uploaded file on Wikimedia Commons. And the only thing that I was asking them, please send or forward these two attachments to this email. It's still difficult for people to do for some reason. I mean, following the instructions is not a fantastic thing, but it's not a skill for some reason. People forget to attach files, people do not read, people just forget things. And my instruction was very simple. Just attach these two files I've already prepared, send to this email. Now imagine how difficult it is for people to follow up our pages of instructions if they are finding it difficult sometimes to follow a very simple instruction. And then, of course, insert photo to Wikidata or Wikipedia, because not all Wikipedias use Wikidata, so you would need to look it up. And make it to be used, and contact or write to a photographer and to a subject of the article. That's a screenshot of how your article looks now, because that is also like going a step forward to having a goodwill, like to ensuring that they're going to have goodwill, especially if you can send, if there are articles existing in some exotic languages, then, you know, it's also like, oh, my picture is being used on, I don't know, Japanese Wikipedia or something. That's also like something cool. And something that they can also use on social media with friends. So just imagine a world in which every single person on the planet is given free access to the sum of all human knowledge, illustrated with good quality media. Here I'm just trying to extend it a bit. So thoughts, concerns, and reflections. There is supposed to be a mic. Wait a second. You got beaten.
Maybe it's the same concern. So thanks. The idea of sending later the screenshot is very good advice. My concern normally with VRT is that even if you give the photographer, like, this is what you have to send, this is the link, this is the actual, I wrote for you all the letter on all the things, the VRT volunteer can ask for very random things and get them, even the images deleted. And I have experienced this with people you have worked in museums for long, then they give you the images, you say, no, I upload for you, this is the file, this is everything, and then they get asked, like, why does the museum own the copyright of this Roman artifact? And normally what the museums do is, okay, I'm not going to collaborate more with you. So we are missing the last part, is what we do when we receive the VRT message. Even if that is standardized, how do we handle the questions that will be done?
So my process does require a person behind all this and not following. So my thinking is that the process would require a human being or a Wikipedian who is able to speak with muggles behind that. When I am, like the benefit of contacting the subject of the article gives me, first of all, they are sending me the potential pictures they would like to see, and you just can't believe what pictures people think that I can put on Wikipedia article. You know, like in some, like, I mean, Vogue journals poses, like, you know, it's like, I need something more boring, like a passport photo, ideally. So when I'm contacting them, first of all, they are sending me some pictures to choose from. Then I can already preliminary screen them to see whether they were published before and whether the author of the picture was mentioned. Because if they were, then I might just, you know, go to that author. I just need the contact information. And if it was not, and they have the original file, you know, it's a bit of a differences. Now, if it is like high-stake conversation, not just like one picture. I was receiving a picture from media, like a publisher, and that was a high-stake for me, because this was like a few pictures and on a historic moment, because it was like a destruction of a house of a notable person and all the things that were inside of that flat with the rocket falling. So, you know, it was like very important for me. I am a VRT agent, but checking with another VRT agent, would this picture, like, you know, like this and this copyright holder, do you find like any flaws in them sending the permission? Because I'm still contacting them as a human being, right? Not as a VRT agent. I'm talking with human beings, and I'm talking with another VRT agent as a human being. do you see a flaw in my preparation for this permission? Now, I'm not going to approve that permission as a VRT agent. Some other agent is going to do that. But what I'm doing, I'm checking if there is any flaw, and I have, not noticed these pictures being published somewhere, I don't know, somewhere. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doing the preliminary search. I am checking. I am also checking when they are giving me a contact information for the photographer. I'm actually searching, Google search on that photographer to check that they are public, or that their email is connected to the Instagram account or the Facebook account. Like, I mean, do they have a public presence? Because if they don't, and it's not an original resolution file, then a VRT agent is not going to accept it. So by knowing how the system works, I can help. Now, all of this is not going to be done by muggles. Really, they would not do all of that. And it would, sometimes I tried to explain to them how we do, and they're like, why? This is a picture, no one is going to sue you. But I don't have that luxury. So rather than explaining, I am doing all the all the work in the background in order for the permission to be well received and to pass as much as possible. Question? Did I reply? More work, yes.
Yeah, interestingly, this was also a part of my question or my remarks. At first, I would note that personality rights and commons is a much more problematic issue than, for example, neutrality on Wikipedia. It's like every kind of garbage is uploaded to commons and used in Wikipedia articles. So I fully understand that people are not happy with the pictures in their articles, and for that reason complain to VRT or people's individually, etc. So it's really like a huge problem. And I could also give a presentation about how my photographs are abused, cropped into reverse things. We can call names here, of course. And projects who are doing this. Spanish Wikipedia always requires a square formatted image in their info box, which makes it super weird. The photographs I have taken to be moved into that format, for example. So we need to tackle this personality rights especially for people, for living people on commons, which is why our initiative is very good. We are usually doing this by going to parliaments or whatsoever, taking photos there, because we also had faced the challenges that people think they have good photographs of themselves. So that was more or less my first question. The ratio of photos you get and the number of things you have to sort out because they are not acceptable for commons. When we take photos at the parliaments, for example, we try to remove all the political symbols and the flags, etc., to have more neutrality there, while other people they want to present their books on their photographs, or show their political opinion, or have some statements written somewhere here and there. So how much is this of concern in your process? And the other thing, how much time you spend on educating both the depicted person about that the photograph will be there. It's an open project, can be used anywhere for some kinds of things, and our license is only limited to copyright, not to personality rights, so it can be used for a lot of stuff, and that the wiki projects are editable, and the photograph can be replaced by an even worse image, which is more actual or more current, which is one of the reasons why good photographs are removed, because it was taken 5 years later. In some of the moments, like at a fair, people are talking into a microphone, but it's in new photographs much better than the good quality thing. How much educate them about this, as well as the photographer, that their photo can be used for anything. Because as a VRT agent, I noticed that when you make it easy for them to send in a permission, they usually don't know what they're actually giving permit to. So this applies especially to people who donate logos when they don't know how they actually give away their trademark rights by submitting a photograph under a free license. So, sorry for the long thing. Summarizing, how much how much had you had to sort out photographs because of the bad quality, and how much did you educate photographers and depicted people on our actually wiki process?
So again, people do not read. In any case, they are receiving the permission. Even if they go to Wikimedia Commons and they generate an email, they don't really read. On the Ukrainian Wikipedia, we even had researchers who were joining Wikipedia, and they were like, "Oh, great, we can put our stuff online." And they were publishing, you know, a lot of materials. And then they discovered years later that it was all published under a free license. You know, I mean, that's it. So I try to educate as much as possible. People have, and photographers usually have more questions. I do explain to them. I mentioned that this is free license and everything. I send them the materials. I send them the links to whatever algorithm we have for that. It doesn't still mean that they read. I can't, you know, have a test. Have you read actually this long, you know, like agreement? So that's like, there is a limitation to what you can do. But I know that I'm also taking like a picture or two from them, and I'm putting all the social media and websites on the like on the description, so it can be discovered. If there are people who want to put like more current picture, what I'm usually doing, I'm returning the good quality picture if it is like a, you know, more portrait-like, and inserting the current one in the body of the language. People just usually care of having pictures in the article. You can do it in a different way. But I do not have answers to all of your questions because, you know, that's a work in progress. I'm also going to mention that the next level of efficiency for the VRT process might be contacting associations of writers, composers, artists, singers, publishers, and giving them clear instructions and a human contact. The most important part is to have a human contact, a person who would be able to explain on how their members can get their pictures on Wikipedia if they already have an article created about them. And the individual project that I did was a zero budget initiative, right? Like, I mean, it's scalable horizontally. Like, I mean, more people can do it, more communities can do it, and it can be done. Scaling for real would require some funds. Like, you know, I can imagine creating a PR campaign, for example, getting notable people who already receive the good quality pictures on Wikipedia to share the message. Like, you know, not our channels only, but actually for notable people to write on whatever, X, Facebook or Instagram, hey, I got my picture like on Wikipedia changed. If you want to do it, like follow this link and they will help you. Because that would get us into the bubbles of muggles. On Wiki Banner, like we do for Wiki Loves Monuments or for other like campaigns, and some changes to the templates in the articles. For example, there can be a button saying, are you a subject of the article? Would you like to donate good pictures, quality pictures of you? They can click and again, get in contact with the human. So with that, thank you. Asante sana. Dякую. And find me at Wikimania to talk about this topic or any part of it, or reach out online. I still have 4 minutes and 40 seconds, so you can ask a question.
Now, I wanted to comment on that, because I actually do it pretty similarly. So usually I add photographs that I have taken to articles, and then watch the articles, what's going to happen to them. I watch them for like 10 years, 20 years, whatsoever, and to see are they going to be replaced somehow? Is it really a better quality, not only technically, but also like is a subject depicted in an appropriate way? And this also gives me the feeling like being very protective on my own photographs, which I really don't want to be. But like especially with living people, it's really problematic because we don't have a common understanding on what you said in the beginning, that we have to give a good impression. We're used a lot, the photographs are used in various other places, and if we really have just the bad photographs, it can be also a problematic image for Wikimedia itself. Okay.
Well, if it's a moderate, it's an okay picture, then it's, okay. Like, I mean, you can have an ideal picture, you can have a better picture, but if you have a picture that is not bad, it's one thing. But if it's a bad, like if a person was like, you had a picture and then you cropped the person, like I showed the person who was like turning her head and, not really in a focus, that's a different thing. And a missing picture is a different thing. But sometimes having a missing picture is better than having a bad picture. Because that's also online harassment, because people, that's one of the things, that you can put a bad picture of a person and closely watch that article, and once they try to put a good picture, you would try to delete it or nominate it for deletions because you understand how the kitchen works. So that's also a thing. For me, this is like us trying to be kind and thinking about people who do not understand Wikimagic as people who might require a bit more of explanations and conversations.
When I usually contact people to donate pictures and they learn about Creative Commons, they usually get a little bit nervous when they read that the image can be used commercially. And I try to explain them it's not like they are going to start selling postcards with your face or something like that. So how do you handle that? Because I really don't know how to do it.
I actually tell them, you understand that this picture can be printed on a t-shirt and that t-shirt can be sold and people can earn money, but they would have to mention your username, like, your photographer's name and, your social media or whatever on that picture. So on that t-shirt, like legally, I understand
No.
that this is not...
No, it's not. It's illegal to take photographs, especially of people, of living people, out of context and just sell mugs or whatsoever with photographs of them. It really depends on the person that is depicted and such. And we have to educate our Commons community that personality rights is not covered by our license, and we have to treat it separately, but we don't. And at some point, we have to tackle this topic, personality rights and commons. Sorry.
The thing is that now, when I receive also questions, but that can be changed, and somebody can put horns to my, face. I'm like, yeah, they also can do it with your Facebook, picture now, without also any problems. Like, I mean, you might be able to go and sue them. You might also sue the other people who put some horns onto your picture. So it's not. Once you have any digital traces, like in the world, that can be used against you. So what I am trying to offer people, let's at least have a good picture on Wikipedia. I cannot change the world. What I can do, help you to get a good picture of you that you like on Wikipedia. 1 second left. Thank you.
Time for one more, or maybe not. Okay.
Make your point.
So I'm Kevin, and this is Jenny, and we do Wiki Portrait, where we kind of do what you highlighted on one of the slides, which is we send Wiki photographers to events to take photos, which is really cool and fun, but it takes resources. So we've also been exploring, using VRT and getting people to release photos of themselves. And kind of the pain point we've had is we'll ask people, are you willing to freely license your photo? And they say yes, and we say, okay, fill out this boilerplate form and attach the photo and send it in, and then we don't hear back, right? Because it's kind of like a lot of effort. So we've been kind of brainstorming something more like DocuSign, which is like we'd have a separate platform. You invite them to fill out a form. The DocuSign experience is something that people are more experienced with, right? People are signing online documents all the time now. And they can attach the photo in there and click a button, and then it just gets emailed to VRT. they don't have to do the email directly. So something kind of like having that dedicated platform, we think, could kind of make it a little bit more easier and familiar to people to donate photos. And as a VRT agent, I was kind of curious about your thoughts on something like that.
Well, they don't really need people signing. What they would need, at least the processes now, would be to have the email of that person. So if somebody else is, you can go technically, and that was my first ever permission that I received. I went physically to a person who didn't have emails, and I signed the document, physically, and I scanned it and I sent it to VRT, and that was it. But that's, not very usual, because how are you going to verify is this the signature of that person? Are you going to include like passport data, or ID, some kind of, so, but I think that something like that can be happening. In any case, it would need to be able to attach pictures, because you need to give a permission to a picture that another VRT agent would be able to verify that this is a picture.
Yep. Yeah, thank you.
Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. No.
Good morning, everyone. Hi, everyone. My name is Tracy Weru, and today we are going to have a panel session. So I'd like first to invite the panelists to proceed to the stage so we may start our session. Please give them a warm hand of applause as they come to the stage. So today's session is going to be on strengthening of partnerships for open access knowledge. So first, we're going to start with a round of introduction. Like I've said, my name is Tracy Weru. I'm part of the user group for Kenya, and it's been an enriching experience, and I've learned so much. So without further ado, I'd like to hand it over to the panelists to introduce themselves.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Pelagia. I'm from Tanzania. I'm a co-founder for Africa Wiki Women and also the Global Wiki Education Initiative, and I'm also a member of Wikimedia User Group in Tanzania.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sean Obel. I'm a user group from, I'm a member of the Kenya User Group, and my 8 to 5 is I'm a graphic designer and I'm a project manager.
Hello everyone, my name is Faith Monyolo. I'm also from the user group in Kenya, and my day job is I'm a software developer.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita. I've been a member of the Kenyan user group since 2021. I do assist in administration and communication, and I'm also a marketing specialist. Thank you.
Thank you all. So today's session is on strengthening partnerships and community engagement for open knowledge. So we know that Wikimedia thrives on collaboration, yet many communities and institutions remain underrepresented. So this is the discussion we're going to have. And the first question I have is to Pelagia. She works with
Africa Wiki Women.
Yes. So now you've done a good job of amplifying voices. Can you share an example of a partnership you have had and how the partnership went along?
Yeah, thank you so much, Tracy. With Africa Wiki Women, it's an initiative we started since 2022, and it's a group of women in Africa. And the reason we came up with Africa Wiki Women is because we realized that there's a gap in terms of our content, women content, leadership gap, and also a contribution gap. So we came up with this initiative so that we can bridge this gap among women. So speaking of partnership, we had time to partner with so many communities in Africa. I can just mention some of the user group in Congo, Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, almost everywhere in Africa. Like we mentor women in different parts of Africa. We mentor them, we equip them with skills, leadership skills, so that they can lead campaign, they can take a responsibility in different user group, because we realize that women, different areas, they're not showing up than men. A large percent of people who are editors are men compared to women. So we invite these women, we mentor them for 6 months so that they can be good leaders in their community. So with Africa Wiki Women, we like partnership with a user group is not something only we are doing. We also had time to partner with non-wikis organizations such in Kenya, such as Akina Mama wa Africa, Shangazi Power in Kenya, but also in Tanzania, we also partner with Maestro, Ghana, and Nigeria. We partner with them. And partnership, for me, I would say, like, it has a very positive impact in terms of our content, because after training these women, they always show up in terms of
And because of that weather change, it was a lot of tarmac roads. They are, we call them Maram Road, or some call them all-weather roads. They are not easily accessible, and you find that that's a problem. And also taking photos when out there when the weather is bad. One, you can't take your camera out there with the rains. People who own cameras, they know that a camera person wouldn't agree to take their camera out there when it's raining. And also when it's overcast, the photos are not good, but we tried our best to take whatever we could do. So because of the weather, we tried to encourage more of the, we'd call them satellite options, like working from wherever you are. Maybe you can visit the farms that are near you. At least some of us, some of the members live near where farms are. And it was easy for them to go like two or three people or even an individual to the farms. Gathering those people to go to the farms in such rainy seasons was a problem because somebody would have a problem coming, gather the group, then go to the farms. And yeah, and also that working remotely to just try and gather people and also do the trainings remotely without having to gather them in a hall after braving such a crazy weather to go for the training. Thank you.
Thanks for your response, very insightful. So we've seen weather can also play as a challenge. Now, on to Faith, the one who leads Wiki Loves Africa. So Faith, we have seen how Wiki Loves Africa has grown into a powerful visual archive of continent. What strategies have helped you to form meaningful partnerships?
Okay, thank you for your question. I've organized Wiki Loves Africa photo walks in Kenya for a while, since 2017. So of course, as you keep on growing with the movement, you end up adopting a lot of different strategies. So one thing that has worked for us is emphasizing on the mission and the goal for Wiki Loves Africa. The goal is to tell the African stories. The goal is to emphasize on African stories by us, changing the narrative. So as we conduct the trainings for all the participants, the sense of loyalty that's built to a photo walk that is about you, it keeps on being emphasized. And this also helps in us building the loyalty and building the commitment to the particular cause, to Wiki Loves Africa. Another way is actively supporting marginalized groups, because you realize that a lot of the times, certain groups get left out of the conversation, either due to infrastructure, either due to funding, everything along those lines. So actively hand-holding these marginalized groups builds the sense of commitment and builds the community that we're trying to look for. We have an active partnership, for example, with the Lamu Museum, which is a marginalized museum on the coast of Kenya. So with them, we actively give them, support them with their equipment, support them with funding, just so that it doesn't seem like the marginalized groups are left out of the conversation or left out of the photo walks. Another way we've been able to do this is decentralizing the program as well. Sometimes the campaign will be announced and there's an assumption that it should just be focused on Nairobi, which is the capital city. But decentralizing this is a way that we've also made the strategy work for Wiki Loves Africa locally. We don't only focus on Nairobi, we focus on Kisumu, Mombasa. We've made it, it's no longer decentralized. I hope that makes sense like that. And lastly, something that's worked for us is also actively working on the feedback that we get from people who participate in the photo walks. There's always room for growth, and especially for the reoccurring participants, actively working on the feedback that they've given us over the time helps to build and strengthen the community that we have so far. And that's why, as we keep on going throughout the years, you'll see that Wiki Loves Africa in Kenya just keeps on improving.
Thank you so much. So what has stood out to me is marginalized groups, like working with the Lamu Museum. That's a really interesting project. And I would encourage you all to just have a look at some of the works they've done, even if it's going online. So Anita, Anita, I know you are actively engaged with Wikiquotes. So Wikiquote, now I would want you to just let us know, how have you worked to engage communities or institutions in contributing culturally to Wikiquotes?
So our key objective with Wikiquotes is to shrink gender gap. So we encourage more women to participate on Wikiquotes, and we all know Wikiquotes is less known. So we've intentionally introduced Wikiquotes along Wikipedia and Wikicommons. And we've partnered with educators from institutions to incorporate Wikiquotes in the curriculum. We've also partnered with schools, students, and that has really worked well, just for the relevance of linguistics. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Anita. That's good to hear that schools are also being represented and are having a voice in this initiative. Back to you, Peggy. So, how do you ensure that engagement with new contributors, especially the women you said are marginalized, leads to long-term involvement and leadership, and as well as ownership in the Wikimedia space?
Yeah, thank you, Tracy. Yeah, so for me, I'll speak of Africa Wiki Women so far, what we have been doing to keep them. Like, you know, women, sometimes we don't love too much technical stuffs. So sometimes, maybe if you introduce something very technical to women, sometimes they used to disappear. So we need to find a way to keep them engaged, to keep them like, to participate continuously. So it needs to have like a capacity building, to have one-to-one section, either editathon or anything, like you need to have one-to-one. Open discussion, like they can mention the challenges they are facing. You know, sometimes we don't show up in a huge place, a place with so many people. Sometimes we cannot express like what we are missing. So we do have one-to-one editathon online, and also including a safe space for women, because some other time we cannot express ourselves, like the challenges that we are facing. So we need to have a safe space for them, online or in person, something that will help them. But also I'll speak of a mentorship program that we are doing. It has really impactful for most of the women, because you know, sometimes women, they have capacity to lead, organize campaign and all that, but we are lacking a space to express that, to do that. You know, most of the time men are leading this campaign, many are the founders of this user group and all that, so sometimes we don't show up. It's not because like we are lacking experience, no, it's because we are not given a space for us to do that. So the mentorship program that we are doing, we give them space, like we always, like a standard feedback, a form, a Google form to collect like what skills do you have? So they need to mention, let's say I have a graphic design skills, I have a leadership skills and all. So we group them according to their skills and have them for 6 months mentorship to show, for them to lead a campaign, for them to do the designing and all that. So the mentorship program, for sure, it has been really impactful for women. And after that 6 months, they always get back to their community and organize some of the campaign and also do some of the technical something. Then one more thing is spotlighting women's stories. We have the campaign known as a Nominate Her campaign. We always celebrate women who have been impactful in the Wiki movement. For instance, I remember my first time joining Wiki. Before that, I didn't know like anyone can edit that. So when I joined for my first time, then I had time to publish a content, and I saw it on online. I was really excited. So sharing women's stories, spotlighting their story, it will help someone else who is a newbie. Because when you hear someone so like she started from here and now she's here, it's easy for her or him to join the movement. So spotlighting is something good. And lastly is collecting feedback, because sometimes so many people are facing the challenge, but we don't know the challenges they're facing. So we need to collect feedback from them so that we can understand what needs to be done so that we can keep them engaged. We can keep them not in one editathon and they move. No, we need to keep them continuously. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm noticing there's a bit of alignment with Kenya and Tanzania. By the way, she's from Tanzania. She's just joined us today in the Kenyan panel. And I'm noticing something that's standing out. We actively need to collect feedback. So that's something we should all consider in our initiatives. So back to you, Sean. What lessons can other Wikimedia initiatives learn from the way Wiki Loves Africa balances creativity, local context, and global visibility?
Thank you, Tracy. First of all, I'd like to start with creating an image that describes a bit of some percentage of Africa where people, there's a problem of illiteracy, and also some of the people have knowledge, but considering being a contributor as like a text contributor, I don't know if that makes sense. Like if you mostly, Wikipedia generally, or the Wikimedia projects are generally textual. So for the people who are illiterate or semi-illiterate, or they don't have that exposure, it gets a bit hard for them to be contributors in the wiki space. And Wiki Loves Africa breaks that barrier by allowing such people, because some are talented in expressing themselves through audiovisual. And Wiki Loves Africa pretty much breaks that barrier and enables them to contribute and to be part of a wiki by sharing and contributing what they know through the best way they can without having to use written words or spoken word. Another thing, my notes have just disappeared, so I'll come back.
Yes, I look forward to coming back to you.
Okay.
However, something that has stood out to me is the aspect of inclusivity. We're just not restricted to text, but also exploring other ways people can express themselves, like visual. So what I'm learning is that other projects need to tap into other ways that people can express themselves. So back to you, Faith. How has Wiki Loves Africa contributed to shifting narratives about Africa on Wikimedia platforms? And what role do community-led collaborations play?
Wiki Loves Africa has flooded Wikimedia Commons with images by Africans, from Africans, for the global audience. So what this does is eliminates the stereotypes that we all know are there. Now that we have the narrative in our hands, now that the images are being uploaded by us, we are able to tell our story from our reality because we are the ones who are living it. So because this is all locally organized as well, it puts the power back to us. And this also creates a ripple effect because these images are not only used on commons, they're used on articles, they're used in Wikidata. So the more the images that we are uploading are spread out there, it just shifts the narrative completely. And now this is how we get to eliminate the already very loud biases or stereotypes that we all know exist. So that's how I'd put it.
Thank you. Creating visibility, more visibility about Africa. I like that. So Anita, to you, what opportunities exist to partner with educators, media, or cultural institutions to expand Wikicode's reach, especially in documenting oral knowledge and underrepresented voices?
Kindly allow me to read my answer to that. I may not be able to explain it as I have phrased it. So there's significant untapped potential to collaborate with schools, cultural centers, radio stations, and storytelling initiatives. Educators can also incorporate Wikiquote into literature and language by tasking students with sourcing and verifying quotes from books, plays, and oral interviews. Media institutions as well, especially those archiving speeches, interviews, or folk narratives, can be valuable allies in verifying and uploading notable quotes. Additionally, partnerships and cultural institutions, such as libraries, museums, and heritage centers, could help document proverbs, historical statements, and oral literature. So these collaborations can diversify the type of knowledge found on Wikiquotes and also ensure that oral traditions and marginalized voices are preserved and celebrated in digital spaces.
Thank you so much. That's a very comprehensive response. Thank you so much. So you've just heard it from us, Wikiquotes, Wiki Loves Africa, and also from Wiki Women. Yes. So now we will want to open up for a Q&A sessions, and we want to open up to the audience for any questions you may have to address to any of the panelists.
Thank you. I was wondering if you can offer any examples of any of your learners who have gone on to I recognize the need for a safe space for learners and a place maybe off Wiki that would be available for them to ask their questions and get used to the Wikimedia projects, but I'm curious if you have examples of learners of yours that have gone on to interact on Wiki, on talk pages, about articles, about photos. Are you aware of that happening?
Okay, let me start. Like for Wikiquotes, we've partnered with Pwani universities. We've trained students on Wikiquotes, English Wikipedia, Commons. Like also we have the Art and Feminism campaign where we encourage contributors to contribute to notable women in the society, politicians, women in sports, yeah, and so forth. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does not. The question was about talk pages. So I understand you encourage contribution to those projects, but are you aware of any of your learners actually interacting with Wikipedians or Commons volunteers on talk pages? Or if their contributions have been challenged on a talk page, are they showing up to engage with those challenges? That's what I'm asking.
Okay, the challenge we've experienced with some of the learners when it comes to, most of them prefer like editing existing articles as compared to creating new articles. So that is one of the challenges we are having, and we are hoping to see if we can get assistance with that.
I think to answer that a bit, the problem we've been experiencing with the situations where there's an article that has been challenged in the Wikipedia space, normally our learners, I don't know, it's because they are still getting to familiarize themselves with that space or also feeling intimidated. So most of them have experienced that, but they don't respond. They know how to respond, but they don't respond because they fear it might end up into a back and forth. Like for example, personally, I experienced such a situation, and it wasn't really a back and forth. I answered a question on talk pages, but somebody else somewhere asked us, because I just responded in like one response. Somebody else said, are you guys going to keep on arguing here? And it wasn't an argument, it was just a discussion. And me being me, where this side I come from, I backed off. And the issue was an article where somebody from the other side of the globe claiming that this is not a notable person. But on a local context, it is a notable person. But if you explain that, they can't get it. So, and when you look at, of course, when somebody sends you a message on talk pages, you'll have to go back to their profile and to see how much, I wouldn't say how much their CV is, let's call it a CV. So when you see there's a lot of things that they've done, automatically you feel intimidated. So you decide, maybe they know better than I do. So most of our articles end up deleted because of that. Yeah, I hope it makes sense.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add on that. Sometimes that talk page is really not a free space, especially for a newbie. Let's say you have any discussion on a talk page, then someone else come up as he mentioned, he has an experience. So sometimes, even if you are correct on your answers, even if you are right on what you are saying, sometimes you feel intimidated just because you saw someone who has experience and he or she is trying to speak louder on something. It's really sometimes not a safe space because it's just open for everyone to contribute to his or her feedback. Yeah.
We also have a question from the chat that I think is for this session. They're asking that given the delays and deletions reported in permissions processes, what concrete steps can be taken to ensure timely processing of permissions when contributors have followed all the instructions correctly? I'm not sure if this was for this session or for the last session, perhaps. If anyone feels like they want to reply to, otherwise, if anyone else in the room wants to ask.
Sorry, can come again? Sorry.
It was just posted in the chat, but I think it might actually have been for the previous session. But if anyone wants to talk about permission processes for uploading images to Wikimedia Commons, then yeah, that's what I just realized as well. So if there's any other questions in the room, feel free to ask.
Okay, so there are no more questions. I would like to close this session and tell you all thank you so much for your time. Asante, that means thank you. And I do hope we continue engaging and interacting with each other. Thank you all so much.
Uiga. Nani nitamwambia by comms. It's not on comms. Umeenda washe hizi. Umefunza ile utawasha. Na si uenda kuonyesha utu.
You will be the one who will start. You will be the one who will start it. Who? You will start it. Oh, I'm the one. Okay. Yeah.
I will start.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yes.
Start. Then your session has begun.
Okay. 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 Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Gayoba from the Gambia Wikimedia community. I will be sharing with you insight on how the Wikimedia movement and libraries can form a sustainable partnership in preserving cultural heritage. Yes. Okay. At the heart of both libraries and the Wikimedia movement is a shared mission that is making knowledge available and accessible to everyone at very little or no cost. So this common purpose lays a strong foundation for partnership. So Wikimedia is a global network of platforms like Wikimedia, Wikidata, Wikicommons, and so on. And these platforms are created and then maintained by individual volunteers from all over the world. So this means everyone can contribute from everywhere, and then every type of knowledge can be included. So that's the vision and mission of the Wikimedia Foundation. So the vision called for inclusivity in knowledge sharing. This means no one is left out, and then no type of knowledge is left out, ranging from indigenous knowledge, belief, African traditional belief. Every type of knowledge is included. So, and then no community also is left out. Everybody is included in this. So you have the mission also. It goes deeper. That's to empower individual because they have the mission, and then they will work also towards realizing their goals. That is supporting individual, supporting communities, in order to be able to contribute in sharing knowledge. So these are the laws of the libraries. They are timeless principles with deep meaning. They resonate with the Wikimedia value and vision because books are for use. So this means every knowledge is, library's mission is to make sure that the knowledge, that is talking about accessibility. And then every type of knowledge also is included. That is like books are for everyone. Every book is its reader, so nothing is left out. So you have the role of the Wikimedia. Wikimedia movement work hard to make sure that it achieves its objective. And it does it in a way of empowering individual groups, communities all over the world, giving them support, giving them the platform they need, the training, and all the support that they need in making sure that authentic knowledge is available and accessible to everyone. So, role of libraries in Wikimedia projects. So libraries have their roles to play. These are some of the books that we have in our library, that's the Gambia National Library. Historical Dictionary of the Gambia, Gambian Women Profiles, Mandinka English Dictionary. These are used in different projects because the historical dictionary, we can use it in Wikipedia English. That's to write about individual, about communities, villages, all the information about the Gambia, most of the information can be found there, and we will be able to use it to write Wikipedia, to write articles in Wikipedia English, do referencing. So the Gambia women profiles also is the same. You can be able to get a lot of information about women and be able to write them in the Wikipedia English. So you have Mandinka English Dictionary. Mandinka is an ethnic group in the Gambia. That's the largest ethnic group, about 40% of the population. So this dictionary also can be used in Wikimedia Incubator, where we will be able to start the project to have that language in the Wikimedia, just like other languages. So you have still the roles of the libraries continue. We have also books that are in the public domain in our library. So these are the pictures you see. The first one, where I am scanning a book that is Travels in the Interior District of Africa by Mungo Park. I scan and then uploaded. The second picture I uploaded in Wikicommons. Then the third one, we do, because when I introduced Wikipedia to my colleagues in the Gambia, most of them were, at the beginning it was not easy, especially with the English Wikipedia, because editing, if you are not at the beginning, it was not easy, especially with the English Wikipedia, because editing, if you are not familiar with it, you struggle. But when I introduced Wikisource, it was easier, and then some people built interest, because this book, we uploaded it with so many pages, and then it doesn't take us much time to be able to proofread, and then you can see some pages are validated. We have other collaborators who are also helping us. Yeah, so libraries also can experience from the Gambia, current outreach and Wikimedia introduction to librarians. So in our library, we use the library for outreach most of the time because we have different functions. Like we offer training to school librarians. We also issue ISBN, that's International Standard Book Number, to authors. So those are individuals who are important in the Wikimedia movement. Those are individuals who we can attract in the movement. So whenever we have someone on training, Before the end of the training, we will introduce him or her to the Wikimedia movement and then help the person create account and try to do basic editing. Then from there, we will be in contact with the person, then we will be able to guide. So these are some of the pictures that we have in our first project that there's no electricity or strong electricity. The internet also is an issue in some communities. And some individual also, the people who work in the library, most of the time that's library assistant, they are not familiar with some of the current IT. They did not have the strong IT background. So you have copyright, that's a major challenge also. You have skepticism towards the Wikimedia Foundation. That's another challenge also, because so many institutions, like myself, I only know about Wikipedia around 2023. But before that, the concept that I have, because at the university they just tell us, please do not use Wikipedia for reference. So once I had that, whenever someone tell me about Wikipedia, I don't even have any interest. And I am also experiencing the same thing. Sometimes some of my friends, I'll tell them, okay, we are conducting a training on Wikipedia or on the Wikimedia project. So they say, what, Wikipedia? From the response, I will know that this person, maybe, he did not believe in it. So, but then there is always opportunity for us to try our best to convince people. So you have practical step established to establish a sustainable partnership. So those are some of the work that we do to identify documents that need to be preserved, like documents that are in the public domain, to identify them and then scan and upload and proofread. You can also host training, because library is a meeting point for different individuals. Like, as I say, authors come there, researchers, university students, so it's a meeting point. So you can use that opportunity to target individual, introduce them, and then there's a space also. We can use them for training. You can also establish partnership with individual or institution that can help in promote of the movement. So this is a brainstorm, what is already happening in participant local context. So we will give individual opportunities. If you have anything that is happening in your country that you want to share with us, you are welcome. What are the potential exist for library Wikimedia collaboration in your country? What support do participants need to get started? Then we can move to the next slide, that is call for action. So here is my challenge to all of us to use the opportunity that we have in our institution as library professional to be able to support the Wikimedia Foundation, ranging from outreach, from using the resource that we have, yes, to help. The goal of the Wikimedia that's making knowledge accessible and all type of knowledge accessible to everyone is realized. So thank you for attention. I would love to hear from you, correction, suggestion, or even stories working with Wikimedia and the libraries.
Hi, I'm Angeli from New Zealand. I'm a Wikimedian in residence at Auckland Museum. I was just wondering if you had a project page set up for this project to document all of the work that you're doing.
Which of the projects? Wikisource, Wikicommon, or?
On Wikipedia, do you have a that you do?
Yes, we have Wiki Project the Gambia.
Okay.
Yes, that's in English Wikipedia.
Hello, I'm Alexandra from the Wikimedian of Cameroon User Group. Thank you for your presentation here because we want to implement the same partnership with some institution in my country. And I want to know which were the main challenges with the institution.
Okay, thank you. That's just like what we were saying yesterday, is to approach them. It's not a one-day work or even 1 month. Articles that are very interesting. And those are individuals that are very important in our society, like Vice President, former, and so the people that this is not as many people assume. Because like I can create an article about someone, and any paragraph, you need a reference. They are saying that students should not use Wikipedia. These are written in a newspaper. That is refer. So once you read there, then you'll be able to see the reference, and then it will direct you to where you can use for your research. Yeah.
Ask if you're in touch with other library Wikimedia practitioners around the world, in the region. Are you part of the Wikipedia and libraries mailing list? Are you aware of these network resources? And if not, I'm happy to send you links and get you there.
Okay, thank you. I am in contact with individual, and then I'm in the group also, Wikimedia Library User Group. So I was recently selected as a member of this steering committee. Yeah.
Thank you. I want to mention some it. In Senegal and in Gambia, librarians are the lead of the Wikimedia user group. That's why it's easy for us to impact our other colleagues, but they see what we do, they see what we organize. That's why they come in the user group easily. Thank you.
Thank you for supported us throughout our activities from the beginning, because myself, as I say, I was introduced to the Wikimedia movement in 2023. So, but then we were able to do a lot thanks to their help, because we are able to get the requirement for affiliation.
I think it's not working. Okay. My question is, you mentioned that when you share with your colleagues, they have questions, because they feel like Wikipedia cannot be used to do citations and probably research. And so how do you handle that? How do you then tackle that as an issue?
Yes, as I say, most of them, if I said Wikimedia, they will say Wikipedia, because it's like they did not know. Like myself also, I thought of it was only Wikipedia English. I never know there are other Wikipedias. So whenever I tell them and then they ask me that question, I'll tell them these are 14 projects. So there are different type of projects. Like during our training, so many people were impressed when I mentioned to them about the languages. So when our country to other countries, we have our own languages, but none of our language is in Wikipedia, with the exception of two. But even those two, like Wolof, is spoken, and then the dialects also are not the same. So whenever I tell them that you see this, I show them what others are doing in their countries, how far they are, and then where we are. So that is one of the things that motivates so many of them to know that, yes, we really have something to do as a country. Okay, thank you. As I say, my name is Gayoba, Wikimedia User Group, the Gambia. We are on Meta, though not yet affiliated, and then that's my email, that's my WhatsApp number, suggestion, ideas, connection from every individual, whether librarians or Wikipedians. Yeah.
Okay, shall we start? Yeah? Okay. So, welcome everyone to this session. If you read the program carefully, you may be expecting my colleague Melissa to be presenting this. She couldn't be here at Wikimania, and so this is about the WikiLearn online learning platform, and it's intended to be an interactive workshop. I'll present WikiLearn, I'll explain what it is, and then we'll do an exercise in building a course prototype. So I'm Asaf. My name is Asaf Baltov. I work for the community development team with Melissa. I'm also working on the WikiLearn platform. This is Shulamit, a member of the Wikimedia Cuteness Association. She's traveling with me and supervising my talks. She's from South Africa. And let's get right to it. So we'll discuss what WikiLearn is, and then we will plan a WikiLearn course together and share what we came up with, take any questions. So to warm up, I'd like you to turn to the person next to you. Maybe you could join a table with someone else, or vice versa. Share with the person next to you what is the topic of the most recent online course you took on any topic, not necessarily related to Wikimedia. What was the topic of the most recent online course you enrolled in? Could you share with each other? And once you've shared that, your partner should share with you. Okay, we've heard both sides. Now, raise your hand if you finished the course. Okay. And would you recommend that course to a friend? Raise your hand if you would recommend that course. Interesting. So the first result did not surprise me. A lot of people enroll in courses and don't finish them. For whatever reason, they got busier, the course isn't very good, other priorities, that's fine. But it's interesting that of the people who finished the course, only one said they would recommend it to a friend, which also shows us, yes, that courses, even when we do finish them, aren't always satisfying enough or don't always deliver what we thought we would get from them. Because we are here to exercise building a course, that should be very much on our minds. How can we build a course whose learners or graduates of our course would raise their hand when someone asks them, would you recommend this to a friend? Right? How do we build a course that really gives value and lasting impact on the people who take it? So, what is WikiLearn? First of all, very quickly, who here knows WikiLearn or has ever visited it? Raise your hand. Okay, so maybe it is the Wikimedia Foundation's online learning environment. If you know platforms like Coursera or edX.org, MOOC platforms, right, massive online courses, then that's that kind of platform. In fact, WikiLearn runs on OpenEdX, the free software that runs edX.org. So we share the same software platform. And it gives you a structured learning experience. So there are courses, and courses have sections and units, and courses can have other courses as prerequisites so that you first have to take the introductory. The courses are available potentially in more than one language. They are translatable through Meta. Obviously, that's something we added. It's not part of standard OpenEdX. But for us, it was obvious that, only in English. Fun fact, the vast majority of the planet does not speak, even though most of you do speak English. Statistically, the vast majority of the planet does not speak English at all. Or say, well, we have it in English, that's enough. And the other way around, wisdom does not have to originate in English. right? We could have people develop amazing content in Chinese or in Zulu and then want to share languages, including English. So our courses on Wikilearn have a translation option so that you can translate on Meta. Those of you who have ever translated wiki strings on Meta know this mechanism already. You can just translate all the content of the course on Meta and then have a version of the course in another language. The courses on the platform are authored by Wikimedians with the professional video studios necessarily, although that can be nice. They're designed by us and for us, by Wikimedians for other Wikimedians. Of course, it is entirely free to use, free of cost. You can have human grading, personal feedback to the learner, or assignments where the computer and Android platforms. This is, of course, relevant because we live in this part of the world, so it's important. And I mentioned that it's free software. So this is what it looks like if you've never visited. Wikilearn is at learn.wiki. As you know, it's a tradition to have confusing names. We are Wikimedia, but the software is MediaWiki, right? So we are Wikilearn, and the URL is learn.wiki. Learn.wiki. And this is what it looks like. You have a bunch of courses you can choose from. As you can see, they're not all in English. And if you go into a course, in this case, Introduction to Topics in Partnership Building. By the way, that's an example of a topic that is not strictly Wikimedia specific, right? It's not how to add categories or batch uploads, or it's not a wiki skill. It's a general skill that can be taught at a university business development course or something like that. But it's a skill that we Wikimedians use, right? A lot of us Wikimedians want to create partnerships. Many of us are not trained at how to talk to people in suits, right? And so this course aims at giving you the basic skills, the well-understood principles haven't yet. This is what a particular unit of the course looks like. You can see that there's a video. You may recognize that guy on top. And the video has subtitles. All the videos on Wikilearn have subtitles. That's a requirement. We consider it very important in terms of accessibility and also to allow for translation. So if you see a great course that you would like to offer in your language, maybe you don't have the resources to sort of re-record the videos in your language, but you can at least translate the subtitles so that people can watch the course. So all the subtitles of all the videos of the course are also translatable on Meta. And this is an example of a computer-graded assignment or exercise. It's a multiple, not a multiple, it's a checkbox, multiple choice exercise where you can select more than one correct answer. This is the translation dashboard. You can see a list of courses and then the target language and how far along we are. So you can join in if you speak one of those languages. And importantly, you can create a course on Wikilearn. And we would like to help you with that. If you are interested in designing a course, bringing a course, translating an existing course, get in touch with us, with our team. The email is on the slides, and I will also share it in the Telegram channel later. Basically, you need to complete a short form where we ask you just some questions. What is your audience? What is the topic of your course, etc. And then we help you set it up on the platform. How many of you are generally, maybe without commitment, thinking of building a course on this platform? Raise your hand. Yeah, okay, good. How many of you have already done that on some other platform, have already designed courses? Okay, most of you have not. Excellent. So if it is your first time designing an online course, that's what we'll devote the rest of our time to. And I want to suggest a very, very basic outline for how to think about and plan our course. The first key question to ask is, who are your learners? Who is this course for? And before you say, well, everyone, anyone who wants, maybe your course is for literally every person on the planet. Most of the time, that is not actually the answer. If you think about it, most of the time you are aiming at people of a particular profile or background or interests or motivations. Even if it's, well, it's a, I don't know, it's a course about partnership building, so it's for anyone who wants to build a partnership. I can still be a little more specific and say, well, this is a course for people who don't have partnership building experience, right? Because people who do have partnership building experience probably don't need this course because it's an introductory course. Do you see how that's already not everyone? Right? I'm saying, well, this course is for beginners, for people without partnership building experience. And while there are many courses out there on partnership building, this one is about partnership building with Wikimedia. So all the examples in this course are from Wikimedia. And I discuss specific tips about how to talk to museums or universities or other partners so that they understand us and we understand them. So it's a course that's a little more specific than a completely general introduction to partnership building. Do you see how that already gives a better picture of who that course is for? It's not that a non-Wikimedian couldn't get any value out of that introduction to partnership building, but they are not my target. They're not the people this course is aiming at. So you need to think about your learners. What knowledge do they already have, if any? What are their motivations? You're aiming at people who want to do what, who are driven by what need, and how do they like to learn, right? Do they want very detailed textual examples? Do they prefer video instruction, right? For example, here in Africa, I've heard very often that people tell us, well, we know there's documents on Meta, we know that there's all kinds of learning patterns and reports that we could learn from, but they're all textual and we want to learn orally. We want to feel a person is talking to us on a video, I mean, in person ideally, but if not in person, at least on video. And that's a perfectly valid preference, right? And there's relatively little video content to learn from in our movement still. There's plenty, right? There's all Wikimania talks that are recorded and all kinds of things that are recorded, but there's still relatively little. So you need to know this about your learners. How do they want to learn? How are they used to learn, right? Maybe you're targeting university students and they're actually very used to a particular way. And maybe you should think about that. Okay, so you think about your learners, you have some idea now about their profile, what characterizes your learners. Next, you think about your learning goals. What is it that you want your learners to achieve, to become able to do? What is the transformation you want to make with your learners having taken the course? After they take the course, what should they be able to do that they were not able to do before? Or what should they understand or be able to express or criticize or whatever, thanks to your course? If you are not able to say that, you have not thought about your course very well. Right? You really need to have goals. Without goals, just like a project, right? A project that doesn't have goals cannot be assessed. How would you know you succeeded, right? If you don't have a goal. So it's very important before you sit down and start making slides or videos, think about what is it that I'm trying to achieve with my course. And again, you have to be specific, because if you say, well, I want them to understand all of Wikimedia and be able to contribute on all the projects, that's unlikely to be a successful course, right? It's just too vast, too unspecific, too vague, right? But if you say, well, I would like people who finish this course to know how to contribute proofreading on Wikisource, using the Wikisource interface, and how to ask for help. Okay, these are very specific goals, and they're also, we can easily check whether we have achieved those goals at the end of the course. Are they contributing to Wikisource? Did they know where to ask for help, right? This translates immediately, the goals translate into an evaluation plan, into how would we check, how are we doing? So this is the why, right? Why are we even teaching this course? What is it supposed to give people? And once you have the destination and the travelers, the people who need to get to the destination, that's when you can start thinking about the route, the way, the road. Okay, so how do we get my learners
who have this knowledge and who have these preferences and who are motivated by these things, how do we get them to that destination? And we can work backwards, we can divide it into sort of sub-goals, and we can really design a path. And obviously, there's usually not just one correct answer. There's many ways we could reach a destination, depending on our style and on our teaching preferences as well. But this is the step where you actually start developing the content, you know, the units, the slides, the materials, only after you have a clear picture of your learners and your goals. I'm going to pause for a second and just make sure I'm understood. Am I heard well enough? And yeah, okay, I hear some nods. Okay, I hear some nods. No, I see some nods. Okay, so let's practice this together. I want each one of you, you have notebooks in front of you and pens, so I want you to get ready to write, all of you. Not all of you have your pens ready, so please get ready to write. There's spare notebooks on some of these tables if you don't have one, or you could just get a page from your friend. And I want you to think, each of you, about your community. If you're a member of more than one community, pick a community to think about. Think about an essential skills gap in your community, something you know your community is missing and that you wish your community had. For example, oh, I wish we had, I don't know, bot writers in our community. I wish we had legal experts in our community. I wish we knew how to talk to the press, that kind of thing, right? I mean, it can be a technical skill, an on-wiki skill, it can be a soft skill like partnership building or press relations, like not a wiki-specific skill. It could be things I haven't thought of. But try to think about a gap that could potentially be addressed with online training. You can at least imagine online training filling or helping fill that skills gap, okay? So I want you to take a moment, think about that, and write down in your notebook, what is that skill gap in your community that you would like to build a course on? Because immediately after this slide, I'm going to ask you to start building that course with me. Okay, so what is this skills gap that we want to tackle? And I'll let you think about this for a moment. We have time. And when you're done, I'd like you to stand up. Yes. We have the microphone to you. Yeah. Can we get a working microphone here so that the recording hears it as well? Yes, but then the recording will not hear you. No, it's still not working.
My name is Saifullah Abu Sufyan from Nigeria. One of the challenges I have identified in our community is public speaking skills. So I would like to have the opportunity to develop a course that will address this problem. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. So that's a great example. Thank you for this example. Have you written it down? Yes. Perfect. Okay, so that's an example. Public speaking skills are missing in Samuel's community. Great. So who else has their topic selected? Because none of you are standing for some reason. Are you done? If you're done, stand up, please. Yes. You're also done. No, I didn't ask you to share your topics yet. Just asked you to stand up so that I know who is done, so that we can move on. Yeah, if the reason you're not standing is that you don't want to be called on to speak, I won't call on you, okay? Just tell me that you're done. The rest of you are still thinking about what topic you want for your course? Or just checking Facebook? I know my audience. Yeah, okay. So I guess the rest of you maybe don't want to participate. That's okay. So you have topics. You can sit down. Thank you. Okay. Now that we know what we want to teach, we have identified a topic, for example, public speaking. That's a fantastic gap to identify. A lot of communities don't difference, right, between a competent public speaker and an incompetent public speaker. And there's no shame in it. Nobody's born a competent public speaker. It's a skill. And by the way, parenthetically, the number one most common fear among humans is not spiders, not snakes, not war, not hunger. It's public speaking. Okay, I have a citation about this, a McKinsey report. I don't have it with me right now, but if you're curious, I'll send you the reliable source. The number one most common fear among humans is public speaking. So don't underestimate it, right? But good news, it's a teachable and learnable skill. Maybe not everybody can be like a superstar charismatic speaker, but everyone can at least become moderately competent, right? Can at least stop committing very basic mistakes in public speaking. So it can be a very effective training. And if you look around your community and say, wow, we really don't have effective public speakers among us, maybe that's a training you should consider looking for your community. Okay, so you all have topics. And now let's proceed to the next step. We said the next step is thinking about our learners. So I want you to write on your paper, on your page, the section title, equal sign, learners, right? And under that, I want you to start thinking about the questions that are on the screen. What do your intended learners already know about the topic that you chose? What would be their main motivation to learn more? By the way, if you can't think of a motivation for them, then we have a problem, right? If you're like, well, my community knows this level, and I really can't think of what would make them take a course to learn more, well, that's a problem, If you can't find what would make it attractive to your learners, they're unlikely to take your course. So try to think about that seriously. What would be their main motivation to learn more about the topic? And by the way, when I speak of motivation, I always speak of intrinsic motivation, motivation that comes from within, as distinct from extrinsic motivation like win a free laptop, right? That's extrinsic motivation. That's something external that drives you. Intrinsic motivation is always more effective, more powerful than extrinsic motivation, because extrinsic motivation, the moment I did get the laptop or someone else got the laptop, that's it. I'm no longer motivated, right? We always want to look for intrinsic motivation. What would drive a person from themselves to take our course? And finally, how much time and effort can they realistically invest in this online course? That's also important, right? If you're building a course that requires 100 hours and has to be completed in 2 months, not sure many people could complete that course. Certainly not working people. If you're targeting your fellow Wikimedians and they're not all, junior high students that have a lot of time on their hands, they're unlikely to be able to complete such a course, at such a timeline at least. If your course is like self-paced and 100 hours long, maybe some people will complete it one day. Anyway, okay, so these are the main questions. If you can think of any other interesting thing to say about your learners, maybe there's other relevant things to say beyond these questions. These are just starter questions. For example, maybe you say, a lot of my learners are second language speakers of, your local language, right? Maybe that's the case. Maybe you're targeting, for example, refugees in your country, and they are learning your country's language. Okay, that's a very relevant thing to know about your learners, right? That they are second language speakers and not first language. That's just an example. Or maybe they're handicapped physically, and you need to think about what that means in an online course. Okay, I'm just giving examples of other things that may be relevant to think about your learners. Okay, I'll shut up now, and I'll give you a few minutes to think about your learners. And again, when you're done, when you feel you have a picture, please stand up so that we know when to proceed. And I'll say one more thing. If some of you are sitting now and thinking, well, I really don't know what to say about my learners, kind of everyone, my whole community, that may be what you wish. Maybe you wish your entire community would take your course. But I invite you to try to be more specific than that. Give a profile of the kind of community member that you really think needs this course, that would be motivated to take this course. In no community would 100% of the members be interested in any given course. Maybe because they already know it, maybe because they're not motivated, maybe because they're super busy. Okay, so try to say something substantive about the learners you're planning for. And to make it easier, if for whatever reason you are choosing not to participate in the exercise, stand up anyway so that we know not to wait for you, okay? Sorry, what? Yes, all of these questions, yes. What do they already know? What are their motivations? And you don't have to write everything out longhand. I mean, I'm certainly not used to writing with pen and paper anymore. You can just write, outline points for you, just so that you remember what you thought about. Bullet points are fine. Okay, I see some people are still writing. Okay. Give it another minute. Some people are still writing. Okay. Looks like we're almost done with everyone, so let's sit down and we'll proceed. Those of you who still have a few more things to say about your learners can still, and we're moving on. Okay, so we have some picture of our learners now, our intended learners for our chosen topic. Now we talk about learning goals. What do we want these learners, this profile of learners that we just described, what do we want them to know or gain or achieve by the end of our course? And how, so that's the first question, and by the way, an effective way to answer that question is in declarative statements like, the learner will be able to X, right? Like describing an action that this learner would now be able to take. It can be an actual action, or it can be a mental action, like the learner would be able to interpret a painting, for example, okay? Like if it's an art appreciation class, maybe that's the goal, right? The learner would be able to interpret a painting. Do you see what I'm saying about the phrasing of the goal? Phrase it as something the learner would be able to do, thanks to the course. And after you answered that first question, the question of, okay, so how would that ability or skill impact the Wikimedia projects? Because I'm assuming your topics are somehow related to Wikimedia and that you have not chosen to teach advanced calculus, right? I mean, you could. These principles apply to that sort of teaching as well, but on WikiLearn, we expect the content to be useful for Wikimedians in the broad, as you saw, introduction, advanced organic chemistry, maybe not so useful to most Wikipedians, right? And really belongs in university learning systems, right? So try to link the skill or the ability that you want to teach to the Wikimedia projects. Okay, so to take the example of public speaking, if our learners will learn how to confidently address an audience and deliver content or deliver a topic, if they learn that, the impact on the Wikimedia projects is we would be able to have more effective workshops and presentations to partners. Right? Do you see that link? So we want to teach public speaking. The reason we want this, what the impact it would have on Wikimedia is it will impact the effectiveness of our presentations, our trainings, etc. So that's the kind of answer I'm looking for the second bullet. And thirdly, how would they demonstrate that they have achieved this goal? In other words, if our goal is to teach public speaking, we know what we want to do. We know why we want to do it, because it will give us better trainings, etc. Okay. How will they demonstrate that they have achieved this learning goal? How can you demonstrate that you have learned public speaking? Really, I think there's only one way. Public speaking, right? Or at least practice public speaking, right? That's an example of something that's actually really hard to test with an online multiple choice question, right? I mean, you could test people on sort of the principles of public speaking. For example, one principle of public speaking is to not speak in a monotonous voice, right? To make sure that when you speak and teach something, you modulate your voice. Did you hear the difference? Right? And when I speak, you can hear, if you listen carefully, but if you check, you can see that I'm modulating my voice up and down, up and down. I'm speaking more loudly in certain bits and less loudly in others. My voice is not monotonous. Okay, so that's a principle of public speaking. Now, having taught this, we could do a multiple choice question or something and ask people to identify that this is a principle of public speaking. That's, one form of evaluation. But really, to demonstrate that this person has improved in public speaking, I think the only way to do that in an online course is to actually have a component that does involve human interaction, right? I'm deliberately giving you this example because it's an example of how you cannot just do everything on a computer with multiple choice questions. So if I were building a public speaking course, the final assignment would be deliver a 10-minute speech or presentation on a topic of your choice, or maybe on a topic from this list of pre-selected topics. And we, the other learners, maybe the instructor, will be your audience, and we will give you feedback after you have given us this talk. Okay? That's an example of how we would answer, how will they demonstrate that they practice that skill. If the skill is more technical, like, I don't know, how to build a bot, well, of course, they can build a bot. A simple bot maybe, but they can build a bot and show, yeah, now they know how to build a bot. Okay? So that's the kind of answer I'm looking for. Now I'll give you time to write out your answers for this. Yes. Can we get the microphone?
Thank you. Maciej here. Should we worry about the measurability of the goal, or how much of a factor should that be?
That's a good question. Yes, you should think about the measurability of the goal, but on WikiLearn, WikiLearn is not like a grant for example, where you have to show the foundation, some measurable metrics, etc. If you build a course that is not very effective, well, it will not be very effective. You know, that's a shame, but it's not some, you're not committed to some external body to show that the course was effective. It's really about you, your community, the people you're trying to serve. And so to that end, you should make sure that your goals are in principle measurable, right? You don't have to worry about, oh, but how will I, like, when we do that public speaking exercise, how would I translate this into a grade, a number? Is it like an 8 or a 7.5? It doesn't have to be that way. You know, it can be a much more coarse, like, oh yeah, this is a definite improvement from how this person spoke before the course. That can be good enough, you know. So you don't have to reduce everything to numbers and averages and graphs, though that's always fun. You should make your goals as measurable as you can reasonably, I would say. Yeah. Okay, so you know the drill. If you're done, stand up so that we know we can continue. And if you're not interested in participating, also stand up so that we know not to wait for you. Okay, that is most of you. Thank you. Sit down. I want to suggest to you that you've already done the hard part, actually. Getting these right, the profile of the learners and the learning goals, is actually the biggest determiner of how well your course would be positioned vis-a-vis your learners. Of course, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, right? Let's now build such a course. But I'm saying getting these two elements right is already more than halfway. So now we need to think about the course structure. How do we get our learners to the destination? And here, my psychic powers, did you know I have psychic powers? My psychic powers tell me, you're thinking, well, but I don't know this topic. You asked us to pick a topic that our community needs, but I don't know how to take the course right now. And you won't have to necessarily build that course entirely on your own. Maybe you think of some structure and go, okay, and here we would need an external expert to teach this bit. That's fine. You know, don't panic thinking, oh, but how would I ever, you know, teach this myself? Maybe you won't teach this yourself. And by the way, I remind you, you are members of a vast and friendly international network called the Wikimedia movement. And for almost anything you may want to teach your community, there are somewhere in the movement people with that knowledge, and if you contact them, probably the willingness to help you out. Okay? So, what are we asking here? We break down, given our goals, now that we have our goals, we break down those goals into tasks or concepts that our learners will need to understand in order to reach the goal. So to take the public speaking example again, what do people need to understand about public speaking? Well, there's, you know, a number of things. For example, how to pay attention to your audience. For example, making eye contact. I hope you've noticed I'm trying to make eye contact with you. I'm looking at various sides of the room. I'm not just, you know, giving this talk staring at my notes. That may sound basic, but some people don't do that, right? Modulating the voice, other things I've mentioned. Structure of your public speech, right? Having a rhetorically sound structure. So again, I'm just giving examples of these are concepts, these are blocks, building blocks of the art of public speaking, and we have to identify them and then arrange them in a logical order, right? Maybe first you tackle the psychological element, how to prepare for public speaking, things like what you wear, right? I mean, again, for the people who are anxious about public speaking, who are not, you know, make sure you're not too hot or too cold or too, I don't know, with cumbersome clothes. That can make a difference for how you feel, you know, once get the juices going of the kinds of building blocks you can break things down into. And then try to think about activities. okay, so we need to teach or cover these concepts or stages or elements. Now, what would learners do? What exercises can we do? How can we practice, for example, tone of voice, right? And by the way, again, learners can maybe coordinate an online call and just practice non-monotonous speech to each other, just for 2 minutes, right? 2 minutes each. We can do this in half an hour with a small group and just give feedback to each other on how well we modulated our voice, for example. So think about what activities or exercises are serving to cement or reinforce the concept or the principle that was taught. And finally, how to arrange all this in a logical sequence. What should come before, what should come after? Some things depend on understanding of previous things, and some things don't depend and theoretically could be put anywhere, but still psychologically make sense to be at the beginning, maybe because they are motivating and uplifting and create morale. You know how an early, easy exercise that creates positive success can lead to kind of a positive cycle of motivation, right? You give a very easy task, your learners succeed in the easy task, and then they feel, hey, I'm doing well, I'm getting this, you know, they're getting more into the course. That's an example of a psychological reason for putting certain things first and likewise last, right? So again, this is where, by the way, experience really comes in. If you are an experienced instructional designer, if you've already built modules and courses, you will have better intuition on how to arrange things, etc. And I realize most of you are not professional instructional designers. That's okay. This is an exercise. You're not committed to doing anything that you write here, but I hope it is a basis for thinking and planning further. We at the foundation do have professional instructional designers with a lot of experience, both in public speaking and in creating learning modules. So when you're ready, remember there's this form that puts you in touch with our team. When you're ready and you have an outline of the structure, imperfect though it is, you are welcome to consult with us and ask for feedback. We will happily look at your outline and give you feedback and say, well, have you thought about this exercise, or maybe this should come before that, or it looks like you're missing this topic to reach that goal. Do you see what I'm saying? We can review what you have, but I want to stress, we will not write your course for you. We will not just, you can't just contact our team and say, we want training on batch uploads, and we will just deliver a course to you on batch uploads, okay? But we can help you think about it, we can help you draft something, and if you eventually say, okay, we got the structure, we have our audience, we have our learners, we know what we want, but this very technical bit, we literally don't have among us who can teach. We can help you with that too. We can use the Wikimedia network and maybe find someone who would be willing to teach that segment in your course. Okay? So again, this part we can help with, but only after you. So bringing it all together, you should by now. The Learn course is designed for this profile of learners who want to be able to describe the activities, the abilities that they will have, helping them achieve this impact on Wikimedia projects, right? That's just putting together pieces we already have, but it puts it into a narrative that makes it easier to convince others of why we should invest in this course. Because if we do this with these people, with those activities, we will have this impact on the Wikimedia projects. Okay, this paragraph and see what you come up with. But I want you to share, those of you who want, I want you to share some of your ideas with the room. And then either how you described your learners or how you described your goals. I think that would be great. We have a few minutes for this. Who wants to share?
My name is Afandi. I'm from Indonesia. So I wanted to share my sources. It's nice. But if I have some troubles, it's quite hard. Who responsible to the course? That's it. Thank you.
Are you saying this is a course that was created by?
No, I
Oh, it was in English.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes I do face some troubles or troubles, and then can figure out how to solve it.
Yeah.
And then do know the person. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. That wasn't what I asked for. I asked for what you came up with in your course, but I'm glad you brought it up anyway, because it reminds us that when we design a course and we invite learners to take our course, we need to make sure that if they arrive, they got stuck and they don't know how to proceed. Something isn't working well, or your slides, this will now do this, and it doesn't do that. The computer does something else, so they don't know how to proceed. It's maybe they get help by emailing the instructor, but you have to make it clear in your course that this is the instructor and this is their email. Maybe they have a Telegram channel or a WhatsApp channel or a Facebook group or something that they can use. Maybe a wiki page. Maybe inside Wiki Learn forum of the course. But if you say that, you need to monitor that forum, right? You need to be there for them, so that if your learners start running into problems and then they ask questions and then nobody answers, that's a very frustrating experience. So when you make commitments to your learner, be very careful. Commit to things that you can actually make good on. And if you're not going to be able to monitor a discussion forum, don't refer them to a discussion forum. Tell them something like, please go to the, I don't know, to the Wikipedia Tea House on English Wikipedia, you know, where other volunteers are available to help, if you're not going to help them. But you need to make it clear, goals, your audience. Mate is eager to share. Eager.
Here's the mic. Thank you. Maciej here from Slovakia. The other day I was at the users, even a global one, for the new elected or selected admins that are coming into different projects, right? And there are many tools that are, you know, just out there, but I feel like they're not like available. No, people don't know about them. That's the thing, right? They are available, but where to find them, how they work.
Well hidden.
Sorry?
They are well hidden.
You could say. So the idea was to prepare a course that would introduce the new admins to the tools that are ready and available. Having the tools available is one thing, but then there are questions, you know, what delete a page, for example, right? Or how do you know that this is a page that should be deleted, in fact, right?
Okay,
so this kind of
translating it to our terms here, your audience, your learners, are newly appointed admins. And your learning goals are to ensure that they're able to use the tools that are available to admins. For example, blocking is a tool that's available for admins, right? Blocking users. But blocking, you can block a user, but you can also block an IP address, and you can also do a range block. And when you do a range block, you have to understand how IP addresses work with subnets and things, and that's not something most of us kind of bring from, you know, from kindergarten. So someone needs to teach you, and I think in most wikis that's kind of oral knowledge that is passed in a mentorship way, right? A new admin is taught by an existing admin. Here's how range blocks work, and here's what you should do. Or they never do it at all, and they leave it to those who already do know how to do it. So that's an example of this gap that you are seeking to cover, right? You've been appointed a new admin, but you have not been given proper training on all the new tools that you are now supposed to use, okay? So the learning goals would be to be familiar with all the tools of the admin and to know how to use each of those tools. Something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other examples? We have time left for one or two more. Yes, Balaji. Oh, sorry. Yes, give her the microphone.
Okay, for me, the course that I've identified is basic digital literacy. Because when we conduct these Wikipedia workshops at a university level, we have an expectation that the students know how to open a Word document or something like that, or just switching on the computer and using. But we also find that these students sometimes, they don't know how to use a laptop or a computer, even if they are at the university.
Yeah.
So that is the course that I have identified.
Okay, so that's your topic, and your audience is people that you would later like to train in Wikimedia, but right now they're a bit lacking even basic digital literacy skills. That's your audience, and largely university students, right?
Chiefs, they would want to train youth on contributing,
also train
and
youth.
you'd find that
Okay.
these youth are not exposed to the basic literal skills.
Right. Okay. And how would you phrase your goals? The learner will be able to.
The learner will be able to use the computer and be able to navigate Wikipedia. That's what
Yeah,
I
so you
wrote.
could break it down, right? You could say, well, they would be familiar with basic computer use, how to start an application, how to close a window, files, how to navigate digital literacy for people who have never used a computer. It's quite a long list of things you could make your goal. I will say that that's a perfectly good idea for a course. All the learners have to have a Wikimedia account. So your first step would have to be only then they can enroll in your basic literacy course. So in that respect, it creates a bit of an obstacle for your case specifically. You know, again, for most of us who are talking about our existing communities, they all have Wikimedia accounts, so it's not an issue. But if you are targeting complete newbies, readers, people who don't have accounts yet, there is this snag. You first have to make sure they create Wikimedia accounts, then they can enroll in a WikiLearn course. That's the time we have. I hope this was useful. Was it useful? Raise your hand if you think it was useful. Awesome, thank you. I'm very happy. And if you want to talk more about this, if you want to pitch your idea to me privately, I'm around. I'm easy to find. Thank you for your attention. And I will be sharing these slides on Telegram in a few minutes, so you can click the links, etc. Thank you.
Check, mic check 1, 2. Yes. Check, 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 mic check 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, mic check 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, mic check 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 2. 2, 2, 2, 2. Check, mic check 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
back at the basics. So there is a page on MetaWiki. It's called the list of articles every Wikipedia should have. Now this may sound a bit commanding, but it's not. It's only meant as a suggestion. This is a list of 1,000 pages, articles that, according to some consensus, they are crucial for any encyclopedia to have. Now this might also sound a bit Western-centric. It arises from the tradition of Western-style encyclopedias, but still, these are, let's say, core knowledge topics, which probably many people will want to read about in their native language. That's because children learn about these topics in school, and so ordinary people might hear a lot about other articles in a Wikipedia, tend to link to them. And so these articles, they represent, let's say, a base infrastructure of any encyclopedia. And so they give structure from the ground up. Some of you may have heard about the Vital Articles project in the English Wikipedia. This is something very, very similar, but for historical reasons, it is at least because, at least in the past times, the Vital Articles tended to be, let's say, Anglo-centric, although recently that list is also a bit more balanced nowadays. But the idea is that many people from different parts of the world are involved, which gives a broader perspective for anyone. Although it could have been organized a little better. Now I thought I would be showing you directly. I'm afraid I don't have the ability to alt-tab between to the browser right now. So maybe the log page of the list is where entries are discussed. And since the list is full, the changes can only be done by moving existing items. So removing existing items which are deemed less important than the proposed items. And cross-category swaps are highly discouraged. So this list would benefit from wider participation, so I invite everyone to take more knowledge topics, such as, let's say, Roman Empire, insects, music, even cities like Nairobi are on the list. I won't go into much detail here. Now this is not a completely fair comparison, but if we take 1,000 random articles in my home wiki, they have less than 1/10 combined page views than these must-have articles. So this is, in fact, something that readers actually are looking for. Now we come to the interesting part. To increase user engagement, motivation, competition, and participation through the use of game mechanics. And I quote the English article here. And we do this in many ways in our movement, like we give Barn stars and have other ways of recognizing contributions. The automated script goes through all the interwiki links for every article on the list, and it determines how big an article is in each Wikipedia. And then it places the articles into one of the 3 categories by size. So we have stubs and normal articles, let's say, and long articles. And it also makes a list of missing articles for each wiki. What is important is that this script, it counts characters, not bytes. So letters, numbers, punctuation, but also template codes and reference tags and so on. But it ignores the hidden comments and interwikis if there are any left. And because of how this is done, character counts are multiplied by a factor. That's because different languages, they need a different number of characters to express the same ideas. And this was estimated by counting how many letters does each language's translation of the human rights have. For example, Chinese letters, they represent morphemes, not sounds. And so Chinese languages, they need much fewer characters to write the same sentence as English. And so if you take English as a reference, the count for an article in Cantonese is multiplied by a factor of 3.7. And for many languages, this factor has not been determined yet, and so we use 1.0 as default. So help would be welcome here, or maybe other ideas how to compare languages fairly. I have to say this Universal Declaration of Human Rights has many, many translations, but it's a legal text, and so it's not perfectly representative of encyclopedic prose. Copying of English into smaller Wikipedias to inflate the score artificially, a check is made, and if an article is determined to have too much English, it is counted as missing. And the max possible sum would be, so 1,000 times 9 is 9,000. And so the sum of all article scores for a wiki is divided by 90 to get the final scores from 0 to 100. And all the Wikipedias are thus ranked, though sometimes it takes a few months to include newly established wikis. And one thing that is clear when looking at the top of this list, I don't know if you can see well, there is 5 Wikipedias that have more or less made it, and they are hovering around the score of 100. Note here that a wiki score can decrease. For example, if the list of must-have articles is changed, or if the local community decides to reorganize the content and so on. But still, and what is interesting is that so this result is achievable even for wikis without a huge international editor base. And if we do a quick glance for our African colleagues, the most Somali in the 78th place, and then Hausa in 190th place, and then Amharic from Ethiopia a bit lower. But if you look at the score, this is already below 10, and so the majority of African languages, and indeed all languages, has only just begun to give these topics a proper treatment. And so there is a ton of opportunities and a chance for some healthy competition. A few more words maybe about the script that calculates the ranking, to give credit where credit is due. It was originally started, whereas the current script, it was originally developed in 2008 by user Mars Rover. And after some years, this person stopped being active, and so I took over maintaining and running this script. It is written in Python, and I'm not much of a programmer though, so there have been no larger features since then. Users Boivi and Datirovitz, they did some upgrades and they fixed some bigger issues. So if anyone feels like helping, please get in touch. Now, on the basis of my experience with Slovene Wikipedia, which, like I said, is another small European language, I'll try to convince you now that focused attention to this list of articles every Wikipedia should have and the associated ranking, it serves as a good motivator for 2013. And before that, Slovene Wikipedia had been gradually slipping in the rankings to 41st place in June 2013. And by then we had, let's say, organically, so without special focus, we've come up to the score of 25 out of 100. Then in just 2 months, after spreading the word in our community, we had jumped 1.75 points and 2 places in the ranking. Now I graphed our progress, and the change in pace since the start of an active project is quite noticeable. And now, even if we didn't really manage to maintain this pace, now the Slovene Wikipedia is ranked 25th, which I feel is quite a nice achievement for a community as small as ours. A similar, a similar trend is apparent if we graph some other Wikipedias with devoted project. So after establishing a project page, all of them boosted their growth. Most notably, the explosion here in Catalan Wikipedia, which is so extreme that we cannot even say anything about sustained motivation. On the other hand, projects like Croatian, Danish, or Korean Wikipedias, they don't have special focus, and so they've been improving very, very slowly and also losing ranking. And also Slovenian Wiki, this project attracted about 25 contributors, which I also feel is quite a nice achievement. So a few words on how this project is structured. It's very simple. There is a central page which gives basic information, and progress is monitored by updating our wiki score every month, and every article is labeled on the top page by a banner, and this banner is also used to categorize articles, so stubs, articles and long articles, so we keep track. And that there's surely enough, there's surely something for anyone. And to begin with, the list of Wikipedias by sample of articles, it features 5 subpages. So it has a list of stubs, articles, long articles, and absent articles for each wiki. Plus, it also lists neglect articles. And this last subpage is probably the most useful. And it shows for each wiki 10 articles with the most promise for each Wikipedia. And that is the combination of factors which is used by the algorithm for calculation of this. And these factors include popularity and edge factor. So popularity means how many interwikis does some non-long article have. And the idea is that for articles with lots of interwikis, it would be easier to find sources for or even translate to a local language. And the edge factor means that this is a bit of a trick, you know. So some articles may only be a few hundred characters below the threshold for a higher category, and so it would be easy to increase the score there. And so if you remember, a stub is only worth 1 point, and normal article is 4 points, and long articles is over twice that. And also the source code of the script is published, and anyone with basic experience in running Python scripts can run it themselves, you know, to keep track of the progress more often than once per month. And as an additional help, the list of 1,000 must-have articles is available as a page file, and this enables examining it with tons of other tools. These are 2 useful queries. I won't go into detail because we're running out of time. So where to go from here? So like I said, these were the basics. So they serve as background motivation for contributors. And we were able in Slovene community, as I've shown, to activate the local community quite nicely with very, very little effort. But there's so much more that can be done within a wiki. You could, for example, organize writing competitions for extra individual motivation. So in Slovene Wikipedia, we never done such a thing before. But in the past 2 years, we have combined this must-have articles project with a different writing competition. So shout out to the Central and Eastern European Wikimedia and its spring competition. Now this is a regionally focused competition, but there's a nice overlap between the two, and so we awarded extra points for participants who expanded eligible articles to increase also our wiki score in this ranking. And it worked. So in the past 2 years, we got 5 new long and featured articles. And the most active user doing this, he placed third this year. And if all of this is, if all of this is not ambitious enough for you, there's even a 10 times bigger list. And this is the expanded list of articles every Wikipedia should have. And it has 10,000 entries. So this one, my colleague Declan, are you here? Hi. So my colleague here is maintaining. It's a bit less popular, but there is again a ranking of Wikipedias. And it's called the list of Wikipedias by expanded sample of articles. And if you look at it, again, you can see that the most active communities have expanded nearly all of this, even if the task is so much bigger. And so to conclude, yeah, we have much writing left to do. Now, of course, it is natural for a smaller Wikipedia to focus on local topics that are important of speakers of a certain language. And I want to emphasize again that the list of articles every Wikipedia should have is not meant as an obligation to replace this focus. Rather, it serves as an additional focus, which may attract additional contributors with some smart advertising, and it should also attract more readers, and so bring additional attention to the local topics in turn. So, impact. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention, and we may have time for a few questions.
And it turns out the shrug, he was a celebrity. Okay. Goofing Off is a great article, and I think it's very fitting that it needs to be rewritten to comply with quality standards. It looks like the goofing off editors, those involved. Pizza cheese. I was reading the articles for deletion on pizza cheese, and there were accusations that were calling each other terrorists for trying to have mathematically significant knots. That's all they do. Okay, perfect. I did this twice. I'm sorry. I like it when people add their pets. I like how many user pages include pets. And then this one is from Panini, and I just really liked that his two cats are named Stupid and Security. Something about the combination I liked. I like cats. Melanie N was flagged as potentially having a conflict of interest after editing Melania Trump and had to clarify, no, I am not Melania Trump. This is Tony the Tiger, who has made a bunch of featured articles about modern art. But what I think is cool is that if you look at his social media, he visits his modern art. That's how he decides where to travel. Is it for me, especially when you look at this, the height in the bottom left, 5'9". He grew. Okay, I like that it was a well-behaved user. Like, this was not a vandal. Genuinely chose, for 2 years, there was a heading, the most pornographic pepper.
Anna, please, we'll have to call it quits here. The time is already up. Thank you.
My time is up. Thank you so much. You should switch this.
Wikimedia Nigeria in community projects. So what I do with Wikimedia Nigeria, I help to build community in terms of returnship and how to sustain the community. And so I happen to be the programs director, where I ensure that we have a good number of contributors from Nigeria that are enthused and who want to contribute. And so I'm going to be doing this presentation. I'm supposed to do with Ashoma, but Ashoma is not here, so I'm just going to be taking directly works under me. So I'm just going to move quickly. So yeah, this is what we're trying to do here is to talk about the Wikimedia Nigeria Community Support Fund, which is also known as the microgrants. This was something we started in 2022, and it was because of a lot of reasons. One of it is the fact that Nigeria population, I think we're currently the 6th most populated country in the world and the largest black nation. So we have a population of about 245 million or thereabouts. And because of the population, we'd also have a growing number of contributors trying to edit Wikipedia. We have a very good thriving community. And you would agree that one of the ways in which you would ensure that a community is sustained is that we have some sort of grants. So we see a lot of influx of grants coming back to the WMF, here and there. We felt, okay, it's need for us to localize some of those grants so that it can meet the immediate needs of the community member. And that was how we started the community support grant. So, of course, we started in 2022, and basically to support mission aligned Nigeria contributions as far as Nigeria is concerned. And we also have a scale, is that equivalent of about 500 USD maximum is what it's a micro grant. So we want to see what can people do with 200 USD, what can people do with 300 USD, and you'll be amazed with some of the things that we're able to learn from all of this. So what are we trying to solve? And it's really very important for us, and I think I mentioned, we have a population of 250 million, and so we want to see how we can really support these growing active editors. We understand that not all grants should require rapid fund. We really understand it. There are some grants that is just 10% grants that goes to women projects. So in this 314, we've been able to support 106. And when it also comes to the language, we've also focused on 207 projects that affect Nigerian languages. So out of these 314 grants, 207 affect the Nigerian local languages. So we don't just want it to just be about English Wikipedia. How well are we building the localized Nigerian content? So let's talk about money. So what have we disbursed so far? As I said, we've been able to support 314 projects. And in equivalent to Naira, we've been able to disburse 71 million, which is just roughly around 50,000 USD that we've disbursed so far when we started this microgrant scheme. In all of this 71 million, equivalent to $50,000, 24 million, about 25 million were for campaigns. Campaigns like the Wiki Loves Africa, Wiki Loves Earth, Wiki Loves Monument, WPWP, and the likes. Wiki Loves Women, so of course we love women rather. We also support women project, as I said. So out of all of this money, 28 million were for women projects. We also have our network and fan clubs, and that's really very important for us. Back in Nigeria, as I said, over 200 million in terms of numbers. We have thriving number of community members. So we also have what we call our network and fan clubs. These are like our informal user group in different parts of Nigeria. So for each state in the incubator, one is out of the first year that we did it, it was more like an experiment. The next year, we had to look back, configure, let's change it. So we've had issue of money palaver. Anyway, palaver is a slang in Nigeria that we used to say, okay, this is the issue. So we've seen issues where we cannot go beyond our cap. For each month, there's a cap. And so we receive sometimes up to 30 grants requests in a month, and we can't do more than 10, unfortunately. So we've had that issues where we could not support all of the projects. We've also been able to see how we can sustain it so far, and that is why the first year that we started in 2022, I happened to just, run it and then supervise it. But coming to the next year, there was need for us to get a dedicated staff member that is focused on that, so which was the grants officer, so that we can be able to sustain this. We've also had some complex technical projects, very complex, project in the incubator, project that has to do with a lot of technical projects that we've had to also had, and also policy framework, which we've had to design to say how are the methods in which we go about this. I'll just clear on. So now, we've talked about all of those things. The truth is, the micro grants has been very successful for us. Because of the micro grants, as I said, a lot of communities in Nigeria are more empowered. A lot of individuals, they have better experience. It's interesting that with $300, people are able to do a lot of interesting projects with $200, with $500. So, and they've gained more capacity, and now they feel more, there's a sense of ownership for them because of this small scale. And so we also feel that there's a need for us to replicate this process in different parts of the world, especially Africa, because if there's anything that has really helped the Nigerian community in the last 3 years, would be our micro grants in one way or the other. Because this grant has proven to be effective, it could be replicated in other countries of the world, and we're just going to look at how some of the things that we can go around that. The funding models. This micro grant model can be replicated by having an alternative funding. We all know a lot of affiliates focus mainly on just working with, going to the WMF, get your grant, and then another individual from your affiliate will also go to WMF. So most times, it would always be better where there's an alternative funding. And this alternative funding can be where you can achieve that when you'd just forget about just the WMF alone, get another set of funds that you feel that would address the micro grants, and also for partnership-based funding. And I'm going to talk about that also. Capacity building replication. Why this micro grants has focused majorly on projects with, of course, editing metrics. It's also important that you also focus on capacity. So if you want to really adapt this, it's not just going to be by edits. If in the first year, we're focused on the edits, oh, please give us edits, give us edits. In the second and the third year, we moved from just edits to more of capacity and to more of community entrenchment, because we realize that with that, it's easy. So if you're going to adapt this, you need to look beyond the edits. The edits are very, very important. People need to give us, if you're going to get a grant from us and you tell us you're going to give us 1,000 articles, even though to some extent we don't try to support any metrics that we feel are overstretched. We just try to, no, don't worry. We know that you have the capacity. You can actually gather 100 persons or 200 persons, but please, can you adapt this grant to just not be more than 20 persons? Can you make the metrics not to be more than 100? So we try to, we've seen a lot of grant requests like that where people were really, really overhyped. They really want to go extra mile, but we feel, oh, this is a micro grant, please adjust. So it's important that we look beyond the edit as well and then see how we can use it to build community. One of the things that we've also done is that we've partnered with a lot of educational institutions. And this is really very important for us because we have a thriving fan club in a lot of universities in Nigeria. So we had to partner with a lot of some of the schools where there's a fan club there. So they're able to get grants from us and use it to work on different projects in their schools. It was really very interesting of one of the projects then where it was called WikiProf, where it was a project where they focused on getting Wikipedia articles, Wikidata items for the professor in their institutions. And it was really interesting that they had lots of articles for some of the professors in their schools, and they got the grant for just the meetup editathon to do that. So if you're replicating this, it's important that you offer small grants to some of the schools because they have a way of, going extra mile to really get the result because students are much more active. And we've seen a lot of students accessing our grants, even much more than those that are not students. So it's something that works for us. When it comes to policy and advocacy, our micro grants may focus more on just the content creation. The micro grant program can be created by funding local groups to run campaign advocating for open data and public domain reform. So, as I said, it's not just purely on edits. There are a lot of conversations. There was a grant that we supported that the individual just wanted to do like an open conversation. Let's talk about open reform, and then we were able to support them. And it wasn't just about editing; it was just about having a conversation. So they just needed refreshment. So, and that grant actually helped us in terms of understanding how we can adapt open policy as far as the Wikimedia is concerned in Nigeria. So that way. So now, I'm trying to conclude so that we can actually have more questions. So the conclusion for us is this. The annual funds should be made available to user group to fund their community project. So before we started this micro grant, we had the annual funds, the annual plan grants, and we didn't have the micro grants. And one of the things that we realized that a lot of individuals will go to the foundation, oh, I need this fund, I need this fund, I need this fund, I need this fund. And so the next year we felt, oh, how do we find a way to mitigate this in order to have more active involvement, and then to also feel that, yes, we are here to support you. Oh, we know you have a lot of ideas, wonderful project that you want to do, but can you come to us? You know, we are like your immediate mother, so to say. So rather than going to the big, just come to us, and then we easily support you. And so we went to the foundation, we felt, okay, we needed to have a fund that is just mainly for the micro grants, and we're able to get that. So we encourage affiliates to also have that in their plan, where you have fund that is just for micro grants. That way you can easily be able to reach out to. In the last 3 years, the number of communities that we've reached out to is enormous. We've not been able to do that before in a while, but because of this, we have individuals from far away in Plateau, far away in, these are states in Nigeria where we've never had any Wikimedian presence there. We're able to do that, and so it shows a lot of results. So these are some of the things that we're giving as a call to action. Proper grant process, monitoring, and evaluation should be put in place by these user groups. So it's not just enough to just start the grants. There needs to be a clear path of transparency. Because of the country, I said, Nigeria that we're from, we are multi. So we need to ensure that this grant is transparent enough. And so everyone, if your grant is not approved, it is not me. It is not the grants officer. It is representative of your community that feels that, oh, I don't think this is vibrant enough. So we have representatives. So every community, every geographical zone has a representative. So that way we're transparent enough. Everyone sees that we are not doing out of favor, out of familiarity. It is just what the community members were able to. And one of the ways in which we've also ensured transparency is that we put it out there. So you're not applying for this grant using a Google form or close. It's going to be on Meta. So you apply, the review would happen on the Meta. So it's more open and transparent for everyone to work with. Micro grants should go beyond editing the wiki and should focus on movement strategy, policy, and advocacy discussions. So these are some of the things that we've also, even we that have started it for the last 3 years, we're also trying to learn from this and see how we can take it to the next level. We don't want it to just be about editing. We want it to be beyond that. And this is one of the, our stand in Wikimedia Nigeria is that we don't just feel that walking around editing is just, we're moving towards advocacy, we're moving towards trying to work with the government, see how we can influence things beyond just normal editing. So these are some of the things that we feel for every community should put in place. So it's not just enough to just say, oh, let's give micro grants out. Have a clear approach in terms of transparency, ensure that you don't just talk about impact just based on the metrics or just based on what they edit, but beyond that. So I'm just going to pause there so that I can probably take questions. So if anyone has any question. Thank you. Yes, please.
Yes, I just want to know, what do you do to mention of the new editors? Because I am from Bolivia, and we struggle a lot with retaining the new editors. So I just want to know, because with your, I think it was like more than 50% of retention. So I want to know, how do you do that?
Okay, so we do a lot of things for returnship. One of the things that we do is we do what we call the edit ladder. Edit ladder is a way for us to, when you come to us for grants, after you fulfilling the grants, you present your reports, we don't just stop there. We'd ask your members to log in into our edit ladder dashboard. So we want to see what are you doing every month. So even when the grant is over, we know you submitted your reports, but it doesn't end there. So now, we now start measuring people that participated in your work. What is the edit ladder? Oh, this person is able to make this contribution this month. And we have like graphics that we share. Oh, this is the best individual for this month in terms of contribution. So they share. So everybody sees that in the month of June, this is what I've done. In the month of July, this is what I've done. So it doesn't end are the reports. One of the things that we also do is that we also do this where we realign. So there are times where people just come for training, maybe just new beginner training, and they lose interest. So we tell them, oh, do you need any help? You're done with your grants, right? Do you need any refresher? You don't need to put in grants for this. We can just do this from the center where we can do it virtually. And then, so we don't just stop at just grants, you submit reports, and that is all. We want to ensure that whoever that you've been able to onboard through the micro grants, we're also trying to follow up on them because they're also part of our general metrics in a way. So these are just some of the little things that we do. And also, we also have what we call the monthly outstanding editor recognition program, MOAL. So each month, we recognize editors that have done so well. So we just give them some few souvenirs. Oh, editor of the month, editor. And somehow, everybody loves little souvenirs or little gift items. And so far, it has worked. Thank you.
Ayokanme, thank you so much for the overview of your microgrants program. I wanted to ask about how does the funding committee for the user group, in what ways are they communicating with each other when they're doing review and sort of discussion about proposals? And because the board of trustees at the user group is also involved, how would you describe the interactions between the committee and the board around kind of review and decision making?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that question. For the interactions, the committee, after each month, where the grants officer would send in the list of proposals for this month to them. So the first get to review it we have like a Google form, just get to review each of the grants. Then after they've reviewed it, I think we have like about a week for that. After then, we come into a Zoom discussion. There's always a meeting, there's always a virtual meeting where everybody that have reviewed the grant as part of the committee, you come there, and then they discuss each of the grants one by one. So even if you've done the review, you've done this review, you suggested this, and then everybody gets to also talk about it. So at the end of the day, the grants officer collates all of this information. And then for the next few days, put all of them together based on what. So at the end of the discussion, the answer will be, okay, we've discussed this. What do you think? Should we fund this? Should we not fund this? So one of the side is able to collate all of them and then send it to the BOT. So the BOT do not interact with the committee. They don't interact with them. So it's the grants officer that send the collation of all of these comments, send it to the BOT and say, oh, BOT, we're done with this. Please just review. So most times what the BOT would look is to see the background of some of these editors, because there are times where someone has very, very, very good projects, but probably they have some few issues background-wise. So they just more like run a background check and just more like, just look at the project just to be sure that it is applicable to, WMF standard. And when they are done, they just give him the value and say, okay, please go ahead, please don't go ahead. So they do it in a Google document, so they're able to make comments on each of the grants and say, oh, can you amend this? Why is this person like this? Can you reduce this metrics? So once they are done with the comments, the grants officer do not need to go back to the committee again. So he just send, oh, this is the document, the BOT are done with the review, now we can move ahead. So the committee at that time, they do not have any say if it should be no or be yes. They are done. Their first part is just to review, and then the grants officer takes it back to them, and then from there, the grants officer now takes the information to the talk page of each of these grants. Okay, my colleague Isaac wants to. Can you use the mic for our virtual audience?
I sit on the board, so I just want to clarify that the entire board does not get involved with this process. There's an ad hoc committee within the board that just provide an oversight function on this, and it's not at all time we look at this. I hope that clarify.
Yes, very important. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I don't know if that's the way.
All right, this will be the last question. After this question, we're moving over. We'll just summarize this session. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Just have two questions.
Yes, please.
Considering the fact that the grantees are operating within the same country, how do you ensure there is no duplication of activities that the grantees are doing? And I also wanted to know, how do you measure your impact?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So for the duplication, it's something that we really, really, really take so much, time to. So part of the criteria for the committee members is to ensure that this grant, we look at, so let's say somebody submit a grant, part of what they look is to look at, okay, has anybody done something like this in the past 3 months? You know, they want to be sure that we don't have that coming back again. They want to ensure that this grant, even though it's from, let's say, a particular state, let's say Lagos State in Nigeria, are somebody able to do this in other states as well? So they look at those differences. So in a way, for each grant, for each circle, it's difficult for you to have the question because they look at it, you know, into one by one, and one by one to be sure to some extent we don't have grants repeating each other that way. So that way, that is really, you don't have that. And when it comes to, because we are just one country, so one of the things that we do is that we don't, for a circle, for a grant circle, we don't fund more than one grant in one particular state. Nigeria, there are 36 states, and so we don't want a situation where there are a lot of active members, for instance, let's say in Lagos State. And then in Lagos State, we have 20 persons saying they want our grant. So for that Lagos State, no matter how many they are, we can only fund one person from one state. So we ensure to some extent that other states are also, they are not, you know, cut away because of just one state is taking all of the things. So duplication is something we really take note. Each of the committee gets to look at it one by one to ensure that does not happen. And so far, it has worked. Yeah, so I think.
How do you measure impact? Yes.
Yes, impact. Yes. Right.
Please, can you just use the mic because of the future audience?
We have a department in charge of project monitoring and evaluation. The scope of their works actually is to follow up to be sure that the money collected are meant for the purpose for which it is being meant to do, and also to be sure that those projects are actually meeting the core objective of each of the projects. So it's easy for us to do that. Someone is over there monitoring each of the projects as they're being done. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for joining this session. Is that a question? Okay. All right, Willie, all good. I think I'm closer to you.
Yeah, Ayokami, thank you so much for the great presentation. I only have one question. Where do you see a venue of collaboration between your microgrant and our rapid fund for Nigeria?
That's a very interesting question. So there's a lot of collaboration, of course, but I think mainly one of the ways in which we would really go in collaboration is sometimes to see how we can sync activity. And now, okay, this is just a point. Now, it's difficult to really track each person's rapid grant history. Before now, when there was no flux, I can easily go to your username to check, have you received grants from WMF in the last 1 year, in the last 2 years, and I can see. But now, it's difficult because of flux. So right now, one of the ways in which we feel that we can collaborate is to see histories of some of these participants. There are some persons that they collected rapid grants, and they are coming to us for another local grant as well. So if you see how we can be able to improve, to just have that synergy. And of course, another collaboration is to see how you can support us better as well. We have a gap, one way or the other. We want to fund a lot of persons, but we're not able to fund them. So if there's a way WMF can also find a way to support us better, not just with funds, but also with some few tools that can help us, review some of those things much more better. And I think that way, it's also going to help us. Thank you.
All right, thank you much. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It's 5 minutes past the time. So the next session will be starting in about 15 minutes by 3:45 p.m. So do well to be here and join that session. Thank you, Mr. Ayo, for that beautiful presentation. Thank you, everyone, for being here. So we'll call it quits now. And if you're joining us virtually, we'll be back in the next few minutes. So thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. We found that the classic Wikilove's X format is ideal for this because for example, in Wikilove's monuments, the main points are that we are based on a list of monuments that we expect participants to take photos of, and jury evaluates based on quality criteria. But it's all well and good when you're in a popular country that tourists flock to see. Shout out to Italy. And it's not the case in practice for everybody, especially where we have places in the heritage lists that are not that interesting, or they are remote, or they are in a village with very poor roads in and out. So here is where gamification starts in, specifically the quest format, hence the name. We have adapted the traditional quest format to Wikilove's monuments needs. Let us recapitulate what a traditional quest involves, right? It is organizers put hints around some route which participants must find, and at the end they must find a treasure, and so on. I would like to stress out that this kind of quest is very rigid in the sense that organizers have to do everything. And when you have thousands of places, which means thousands of hints, it is impossible to do. That's why we are adapting it as follows. We let participants decide their own fate. We want the participants to choose their own routes, to build them, and to go on them on the day they please. Also, the objective is not only to gather photos of monuments themselves. They can get other points of interest, like schools or town halls, since they are already there on the road. Of course, we need those photos too. Trying to make the contest more accessible, we came up with some more adaptations. First, we level the field, so to speak, which means that somebody who maybe is a beginner and rides only 45 kilometers should not compete directly with someone who rode 200 kilometers. And then, speaking of distance, we partially reimburse the prices for train ticket or bus ticket if they decide to take their bike on a train in order to get to some starting point and then have their bike quest. And also, we introduced the freedom for participants to have as many attempts basically as they want. Each attempt will be a separate, will be evaluated separately within the tier, and then all of them will be evaluated together for the main prize. Before I continue, I would like to stop and appreciate the participants and their dedicated involvement. Answering to the need of uncovering obscure places, we have Victor, who has found not only these, but many, many more places, like the church that you see on the right. I believe that a bike trip is in itself an Instagrammable event, but when you also combine it with a contest format like this, it becomes even more interesting to share it with friends, which Gennady did. You see in the second photo how he did the bike quest with his son. And finally, last year we had The bike quest actually exceeded our expectations because because Vladik not only won the bike quest quantitatively, but jury of Wikilove's monuments itself in Moldova has found this image of his to be the best of the best by quality. So I believe you now have all the information to become participants yourselves, though I don't request you to hop on a bike right now. May I interest you in some exercise? I have left on your tables a crude map of one of Moldova's districts and the monuments that are there. So suppose you live there, or suppose you took the bus to that district, and as a bike quest participant, which route would you plan among these cities and villages? That's something you can doodle while you listen to the continuation of my presentation. I'm not going to verify your work, or will I? Let's see. The numbers you see on the screen, they go up year by year. We're happy about that. This is not the sole merit of the organizers. Actually, we believe that the participants themselves, each time they come back more prepared and they know how to build more efficient routes and make more photos. And we observe in the where we see the percentages. The last couple of years, the bike quest photos actually made up around half of the entire photos for Wikilove's monuments in our country. There is one weak point in these statistics. These 3 people have always been the same 3 people. And I promise you it's not because they're my relatives or something. We try our best to promote the contest through traditional means, including giving out flyers at bike events. But spot the results. So some more improvements we attempted. Like I said about multiple attempts, we encourage them to make multiple routes and go on them. We also make sure that even if somebody missed the first place in their tier, we give them another uncontested tier, the prize for that. And we also, this year and last year, we did some group rides when I invited myself personally, some cyclists to go along with me and to find out more. Okay, if I may go back to this slide, right? All right. May I request the technical team to connect us with Victor? So at this point, I would like to connect to Victor, the author of the first photo, to hear from him about his experience and his and maybe some improvements he can think of for the bike quest.
Hello, do you hear me?
Hello, Victor. We hear you fine.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Hello.
My name is Victor Ciomanu. I'm glad to be present here. So the question is can you repeat again, please?
Yes, Victor. So just shortly about your experience in bike quest, how you did your routes.
So I have participated at all 3 editions.
Victor, can you give us a 30-second improvement that you can think of? We'll see you back on the bicycle, of course. Thank you, Victor. Coming back to, we can close the Zoom call. I want to see the slides here. All right, I'll go back to or forward, okay. Right, so I was saying about what we also attempted. But most of all, we decided to also challenge the fundamental concept of the contest, the fundamental pillar, which is competition. We decided to add a bit of a pinch of collaboration in the recipe. We are now doing meetups online, where we invite both the regulars and the newcomers that are interested. We discussed the routes they went on. We discussed how they found the monuments, if they found them. And we also, why not, plan for interesting new routes. In the 2025 bike quest is actually taking place right now. We gave participants time until, from June to September, so we are half point now. It's early, I recognize, to draw conclusions about this year, but we already have a new participant in the mix, and we already have more than 500 kilometers in total that they made. The way it looks, I think, we will definitely have more images this year, and we will have more happy participants. The asterisk is there because my face will not be happy in case they forget to upload the photos on Commons. Finally, we encourage you, wherever you are in the world, to think about whether you can import the idea in your community. As mentioned, it works better with an established contest that has a good framework already, like Wikilo's Monuments. If you choose the cycling community as a focus, try to befriend a cyclist or a group of cyclists. If needed, repeat them all the time that you are not there to sell them anything. They will ask. And finally, be ready to help them on each step of the way, including the most difficult step. Okay, it's not shown here, uploading. It's been a pleasure to report to you about one of my favorite projects. I am user Jiku, and I co-organize Wikilove's monuments in Moldova with user Total Anarchy. You can use the QR code to see how the bike quest is formatted on Wikipedia itself. And I will take questions.
All right, do we have any questions in the hall? I'll be checking the virtual participants as well to leave their questions. If you have a question, please now's the time. Anyone? Okay, a remark. Okay, let's hear it.
Yeah, thank you first for the presentation and for the organization. In my opinion, it's a great combination. Photography and cycling goes so well together, and it doesn't always have to be even in a contest. So I can just encourage, if you're cycling anyways, even as part of your daily commute, try to take some time to look where you're cycling, and if there's something in the vicinity of your daily route, and just do detours. So your commute gets more interesting, and you're also helping Commons to cover more stuff.
All right, thank you very much. Any other question?
Thank you. This is a good reminder for myself as well, because when I go and I do routes of my own, I forget about protected areas like natural monuments, and I only focus on churches and such.
All right, if there are no other questions, I think we could just applaud our speaker and then move on to the next session.
Yeah, I forgot to introduce my mascot, which does not have a name, but is a penguin, apparently.
Oh, nice. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Kiku. All right. Okay, so we have one last session here in this hall. In a few minutes or few seconds, it's I think about Wikitext. It's going to be an interesting long one because Wikitext is actually interesting in itself. So I think we'll start at in a few seconds. 1 minute or 2 minutes off the clock, and we'll be ready. And the speaker is already here as well. So yeah, if you know anybody who has to be here, or who needs to be here, now's the right time to just send a ping, nudge them so they can be here before the session starts. All right, thank you very much.
And these are my hopes and dreams for Wikitext. They should not be confused with any official resource plans by the foundation. I'm here on my own dime as a volunteer to talk about this stuff, so yeah, that's the obligatory disclaimer. Okay, so you might have heard that Wikipedia is 25 years old coming up in January. PHP 8.5 is coming out in November of this year. Python Pi is coming out in October. Java 25, I remember when Java was a little baby, it's coming out in September. Lua 5.5, we're promised soon, according to their website. What version of Wikitext are we on? And when's the next one coming out? I think that's what this session is about, the proposition that Wikitext should be continuously improving at expressing the things that editors want to record on our projects. We're a knowledge project. There's lots of different types of knowledge, and Wikitext is the means that we record all of that. Whether that's the literal text of the article or the exact manner that we record citations or audio markup. Wikispeech was, there was a talk on Wikispeech about an hour ago, or machine-readable annotations of the semantics of the article. Wikitext is the language used by our contributors. So here's the plan for the session. I'm going to give you a dozen-ish ideas. I think it's even more than a baker's dozen. It's more like 18. At ways of improving Wikitext or visions for how it could be. I'm going to present them pretty quickly. This is like 18 lightning talks. I think I calculate I've got about 2 minutes each. So each one has a fab task listed at the top, so there's more details and discussion if anything really triggers your interest. I think these are all good ideas. You may disagree, so we can talk about that. My goal is to finish early enough that we'll have time for some discussion at the end, and you can tell me, which is why I'm giving the talk. I want to hear from you all. What was a good idea? What was a bad idea? Your ideas about priorities, what's worth working on, what could wait. And since this is a talk with my volunteer hat on, I'm also hoping to sort of build consensus around some of the ideas and seed exploration on your own wikis, your own projects. Okay, so let's get started. I've divided these visions into 3 parts. First, we're going to talk about the foundations, the things we sort of need in order to do any kind of change to Wikitext at all. And then we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about really nitty-gritty syntax, little bits of Wikitext. And then part 3, we'll step back a little bit and talk about topics more broadly. We'll sort of stretch the boundaries of what Wikitext is. We'll start with the fundamentals. Okay, so before there can be a Wikitext 2.0 or 1.0 or 1.1 or whatever version we're on right now, we need a way to distinguish the new stuff from the old stuff. The alternative is to what we call Flag Day. Look, there's a flag, which is like we change the entire world at once. We just sort of say, tomorrow Wikitext is different than it was yesterday. And we've actually done that a number of times in the projects, but I don't recommend it. Let's pretend that we're not going to do that. We're going to mark some new pages in some way, or maybe we mark the old pages so that they can continue to work after we've changed things. There's a number of obvious alternatives here. One that's been used in a lot of programming languages is put a marker at the top of the file, say this is Wikitext version 2, or markup language here is Wikitext. Some languages have a more granular approach where we say there's a specific feature. Say we're going to add backtick quotes to Wikitext. We say use feature backticks at the top. Or maybe, again, the opposite. Maybe we enable it for everything, but if you were using backticks in a way which breaks, we sort of say don't use that feature. The other option is to record it. We have something called multi-content revisions on the projects now, which lets you add a bunch of information to the article that is not in the Wikitext. It sort of sits outside the Wikitext. The original idea was like for categories. Categories are right now encoded in the Wikitext, but they don't really need to be there. They could be something else. And the last alternative is a content model. We have a number of content models. We have Wikitext, we have JSON, we have JavaScript, we have CSS. We could invent a new Wikitext 2 content model, and pages that use Wikitext 2 get parsed in a different way. So let's just look at sort of what it looks like. This is the visual editor, metadata editor. It's got a lot of these kind of advanced settings. And the idea is that there'd be just a checkbox here to say either like all of them or nothing, like maybe this is just a Wikitext 2 page, or maybe
there's individual sliders for individual Wikitext features that we add. Whether or not this is stored as a little marker at the top of the file or in some separate MCR slot, probably the editors won't know or care, hopefully. The alternative is we already have UI for changing the content model of the page. Like I said, these are the content models we have. We could add Wikitext 2. Right now, this requires special permissions. It's a little dangerous if you sort of can change it to JavaScript. But you know, we could finesse it. We could build an interface like that that just sort of lets you change the interface. So there's the sort of fundamentals. That would get us to a place where we could add something other than Wikitext or a slightly different version of Wikitext to the projects and get there, migrate there in some way. So let's talk about, let's say I can make a Wikitext 2.0. Like start with a new slate, some new cleaned up version of Wikitext. What would it look like? So Grunge was a proposal we made to try to, one of the problems with the existing Wikitext is there's no specification for it. And if you wrote a specification, it wouldn't be useful because there's so many weird corner cases and I won't say misfeatures, but we'll say legacy compatibility stuff that like you couldn't find anything in the specification. If we wrote a 1,000-page specification for it, it's not really useful. So the goal with Grunge was, can we make something which looks a lot like Wikitext, but is deliberately simple enough to fit on a single piece of paper? All the grammar things have been filed away. Yeah, the cool thing, and this is where my work coincides, is we've spent a lot of time building the Parzoid parser, which round trips existing Wikitext to HTML. And from that HTML, it turns out it can take HTML and bring it back to ordinary Wikitext. So that can take care of all the hard part of porting legacy Wikitext to whatever we decide comes next. And you can go legacy grungy Wikitext to HTML to Wikitext 2.0 and edit it in that form. So here's a rough idea of what a cleaned up Wikitext could look like. A lot of stuff is the same. Some things, you know, and we can nitpick all of these, but like, you know, why are external links separated with the captions separated with the space while the other ones are separated with a bar? Can't we just do the same thing for both? We have one-line headings right now. We don't have block headings, and so there's certain things that you can't include in a heading, but you could include it in HTML. Same thing, and most people really notice the lists more. We have a one-line list item. We don't have a block list item. We'll talk about a lot more of these later, but I will point out that one of the concessions to the computer that's being made here is we have a lot of existing constructs like italics and bold, which are just like some long number of single quotes. And if you've got 5 single quotes, is that italics? Is that bold? We don't know. We have to keep looking forward in the text to see what you tried to close it with and make that work. In Grunge, everything starts with a curly brace and ends with a curly brace, so there's no ambiguity in syntax anymore. We know exactly where the bold face ends. This should probably, oh yeah. Anyway, so yeah, that's one idea. The fun thing is, here's what a visual editor would look like if you had a Grunge editor. And that's exactly the same as Wikitext. And, you know, the point was that Grunge looks enough like Wikitext that if you had a drop down here for visual editor, Wikitext 1 and Wikitext 2, in a lot of cases you wouldn't even really notice the Wikitext 2. Hopefully the corner cases would be sort of handled for you without a lot of fuss. Okay, but if we can do Grunge, which looks like Wikitext but isn't Wikitext, why not something like Markdown? So Markdown and Wikitext were invented around the same time. Markdown arguably won in the marketplace of ideas. There are a lot more implementations of Markdown. It has a full spec. Its spec is also quite long and lengthy with some corner cases, but it's actually written down and somewhat useful. What I said before was I can convert old style Wikitext to HTML and then to Wikitext 2. I could also go from that HTML to Markdown and back, and that would look something like this. I have my, you know, my visual editor, my source editor, and my Markdown editor. And you know, Markdown is conceptually very similar to Wikitext, and that, you know, a lot of people might find that convenient. I will say the big problem, which I marked down here, is that Markdown doesn't have an extension or transclusion mechanism, which is kind of important for the projects. So if anyone really wants to run with this, the first thing to do is to figure out how you write an extension tag or some sort of extension syntax in Markdown and use that to encode all the stuff that Markdown doesn't have. And if you can do that and make it look nice and make it look sufficiently like Markdown that people are familiar with it, I think this could be something that would help people edit who might be familiar with markup languages but not Wikitext. Okay, so let's just take it one more step. Why have Wikitext or Markdown at all, right? Why not just edit the HTML? And we've done this, in fact. Flow was a minor disaster, but a small part of the disaster was the fact that we didn't actually plan for any kind of migration strategy, and so some of the HTML is in a way that is stuck in the past and we can't upgrade easily, but regardless, the basic idea isn't actually terrible. You could store stuff directly as HTML, use an HTML editor for it, and for a lot of wikis, especially maybe not the Wikimedia Foundation projects, but if you're setting up a small wiki somewhere, you give visual editor to your friends and no one has to learn Wikitext at all. The main issue there is system messages, which aren't tagged with types in current MediaWiki. So there is a somewhat principled treatment of this, and it's linked if you get the slides later, is 0 parsers in core. The idea isn't really to get rid of Wikitext entirely, but to treat Wikitext as a pluggable parser like any other pluggable parser. And so Wikitext would be a very commonly installed extension, but you could choose not to install it or install a different one, and the core of MediaWiki should be fine with that. Again, it would look just like this, except you don't have a create source. You just have visual editor. You might ask, what do you do about templates? And I will talk about that later. But let's move on to, I promised you some cute Wikitext hacks, so let's do that. I scroll up to my, okay. So a few things I already mentioned as part of Grunge. Extension tag syntax, the principle of it in Wikitext is that it's a way of embedding arbitrary non-Wikitext content inside Wikitext. And as such, it's got this beautiful property that extensions can contain absolutely anything in there, right? There's no brace matching, there's no nothing. Like, you can have something which looks like Wikitext or something which doesn't look anything like Wikitext. And it's fine as long as it doesn't contain the close tag. There is, in fact, one thing that it can't have in it, and that's the close tag. And so unfortunately, when you try to do like nested citations, it gets parsed like that, right? It closes at the very first instance of the close tag, not where you actually meant it to close. So that's kind of unfortunate. So one we'll say obvious solution to that is we could add an optional fragment to that tag that's ignored for everything except for matching. That last line got cut off there, but that gives you now an extension tag syntax where you really can embed anything in a Wikitext. Given an arbitrary Wikitext, proof left to the reader that you can choose a fragment which doesn't appear in the thing that you want to embed, and just use that. This turns out to be helpful for like Visual Editor too, when an editor might type anything into the box, and Visual Editor wants to turn that into valid Wikitext. And right now, there are certain things which cannot be valid Wikitext, and that gets confusing for people. Okay, so another thing which you might have noticed if you were reading the Grunge slide carefully was syntax uniformity. Current Wikitext has a lot of different ways of doing basically the same thing. And they all have different treatments of, are they case sensitive or are they not? Do they accept arguments? If they accept arguments, how do you escape the arguments? If there's arguments, are they named or numbered? And so one thing I would like to see is you just add a standard curly brace form for everything. They're just aliases. You can use the existing stuff if you want to, but anywhere you can have __TOC, you can just have that as a parser function. And what's more, this could actually take an argument like compact, which people have been wanting arguments to the TOC for a while, but with this syntax, where do you put the argument, right? You're kind of locked in a box. So the idea is, let's double down on this. This curly brace syntax is pretty good. Star, asterisk, we'll come back to that later. And we can focus on making that syntax as good as it can be, and everything else can get mapped to that as needed. Doesn't mean that if the other syntax is more convenient, you can't use that, but this way, these are all case sensitive, they're all hash prefixed, They all support named arguments. They all have consistent escape rules, and your life is a little bit easier. Okay, I did say that there is one thing that really annoys me about the parser function syntax is that everywhere else we separate arguments, including in the end of the parser function, we separate arguments with vertical bars, but parser functions, the first one separated with a colon. We can make that a vertical bar. That's easy enough. And just throwing in another one for free. A lot of people would like to see backticks for code. Yeah, some places it would be very handy. MediaWiki.org probably, maybe English Wikipedia less, but we'll throw it in. It's another idea. Okay. Again, if you look carefully, you might see that I replaced file : with a media parser function. So two main reasons for that. One is that it turns out there's a lot of content which is not strictly speaking an image, which people want to style the same way that image thumbnails are styled. It could be a sidebar, it could be a chart. The charts extension was just rolled out. It could be some text, it could be something else. We currently don't have a way of doing that. And the other is that the file syntax is terrible. And one of the ways it's terrible is that it parses anything that it doesn't understand as a file option as a caption. So that means you can never really add more file options without risking that something that someone has put as a caption is suddenly going to be parsed as an argument instead. And you can't remove anything without possibly adding a caption that no one intended to be a caption in the future. So both of those are terrible. But the worst is the file option doesn't really give us the stuff we want for our images in our articles. It doesn't tell us whether this is a lead image or which part of the text this image is supposed to illustrate, or whether I should display it sort of full width, or whether this is just an inline image. All it says is, what is the pixel width you want of this, which in 2025 is really not the way we should be doing that. So here's some straw man syntax. Media takes the source argument the way it works before. It also takes a content argument, which says, here's your user content, here's a chart or a sidebar or whatever, and we're just going to use the same thumbnail or whatever options that we would use for media and just style it the same way. But it also has this style argument, so I can actually say a semantic style. This is a full width image. This is large thumb. And people do this. Large thumb in particular is done on NL Wiki a lot as a template, but we shouldn't need to use templates for that. There's a really nice index of use cases that was prepared a couple years ago when we had I think a developer summit on this topic. It didn't display, but you can click that. Oh no, I think I'm going to show that later. So put a pencil on that. But you can imagine, large thumb and full width are not terribly interesting, but we can talk more about what sorts of semantic information. What is that image really supposed to be doing in this context, and how can I specify that instead of specifying a pixel width or a left or rightness. Okay, here's another in the weeds thing. MediaWiki doesn't really support multilingual content very well. You can have a single language on a page, and you can have different single languages on different pages, which is nice. But when you try to mix multiple languages on the same page, things start to go wrong in all sorts of terrible ways. The parser fundamentally only has one target language that it sort of knows about. So here's just a little, and there's lots of multilingual content on our wikis, and if you are on a non-US, non-European wiki, the most common place you'll see this is in the citations, where you'll probably have European sources in your citations, which are going to cause havoc. So this is a minor thing. So here's commons, right? This is the user interface language, which is changes for every user. It's got some English text in it. It's got some Arabic text in it. So one of the things is we're adding this lang thing, which says change the parser's context language for this argument to this. And one of the things that it allows you to change it to is the user language, which we don't really have any way of saying that at all right now. But you could also use it on that AR inside the template if you have to properly say that is now Arabic content inside. And then when you're doing like citations, Arabic Wiki. This is just, this is the first page I just pulled up on Arabic Wiki. I forget if I think it's the article for language. But it's, it's a mess because that stuff isn't actually marked as for the proper language. Some of the directionality is wrong. The association of the brackets is wrong. Like here, like bracket is hyperlinked and that one's not. Anyway, so I would like the syntax to be a little bit cleaner because I think it would be used a lot. But having a way to specify it at all, I think, is at least a good first step. There are templates on various wikis which try to do this, but like I said, there's a lot of gaps, and because it doesn't actually change the parser's target language, when you call something else like a Scribuntu module inside it, it doesn't know that you're inside a EN template, and the language isn't going to be right inside there. Okay. Here's where I get to see if you're awake and paying attention. So here's a bit of wiki text, and the question is, it's got a template invocation in the middle of it, and the question is the word bar going to be bolded here? Yeah, there you go, probably. So yes, if it's if it's just plain wiki text, 1x just echoes its argument, or if there's boldface in there, you'd actually get 2 boldface tags and then 2 closed tags. Or oddly, if a single unclosed tag, it would still be bolded. But if it's a number of other things, it won't be bolded at all. Like this, which looks like A should be bolded, will actually close the boldface from over there and end up making the rest of the stuff not bolded. It gets very confusing. So another parser function we could add is called balance, which attempts to address that unpredictability by being an opt-in mechanism and basically make sure all your tags are closed and your fragment is well formed. There's a lot we could say about that, about fragment composition grammars and typed wiki text, and I'd love to talk about that more if people are interested. But for the moment, we'll just say that it solves this problem as long as that template contains balance or opts into balance. There's marked balanced. Bar will always be bolded. Nothing's going to leak out. And similarly, if someone edits a template, it's never going to turn the rest of your page boldface because they forgot to close a tag. Okay, here's another pop quiz. Something which has been discussed a lot, this is a talk from 10 years ago, Wikimania 2015, is adding citation regions. We'd like to sort of say this sentence is the thing that is attributed to this citation, not just have citations at a point. This doesn't work. This displays nothing, actually. Does anyone know why? Yeah, you've seen me give this talk before. No, not quotes. Yeah, the equal sign. So this gets parsed. This whole thing is the name of the argument, and there is no argument 1, and so nothing gets printed. So it turns out there's a lot of complicated ways that you need to escape arguments to a template for various reasons, and it's not always clear what escaping rule to use. And this might be something I say a lot. I have a whole talk about different pitfalls on escaping. But we'll say for purposes of this, we'll add some new syntax, long arguments or here doc arguments or something like that. Triple braces, triple angle brackets, which work more or less the same way extension tags work, in that you can include anything in them except for triple angle brackets. But if you did need to use triple angle brackets, we'll get to that. In particular, though, if you want to include table syntax or something like this, which is really hard to do with regular templates, and as a result, we tend to use 2 templates instead, a template for the start and the template to the end. Those templates aren't balanced. I hope I convinced you before that balanced templates are a good thing, but this is how you'd write it as a balanced template, and now you can just stick all that stuff in there without worrying about escaping all your vertical bars. So this should be similar to the extension tag fragments. I can add a fragment to this too if I really did need to nest those. We could also flip that and say they get nested sort of default, and if I really didn't want to nest them because I had a literal thing in there, then I'd use the fragments. we can paint that bike shed. But the idea is to provide a reliable escape mechanism for template arguments that works in a simple way, doesn't require you to memorize different ways of getting 5 different characters into your output. And it solves this problem, right? Like I could just use my brackets there for my long citation, and it doesn't matter that I've got equal signs in there. It just works. And you know, the hope is that providing syntax like this would also enable work on, say, citation regions, right? One of the reasons why we don't have citation regions that I've heard that people have told me is because the syntax would look terrible and people don't want to do it because it would make the wiki text look bad. Well, we can make the wiki text look better. Sorry, James. Okay, this is not pop quiz. This is to embarrass James, I guess. But there's a lot of templates which look sort of like this on Wiki. And you know, if you cross your eyes enough, you might be able to figure out what it's doing. But most of what it's doing is just passing its arguments off to this invoke. And that gets really difficult with current wiki text. So here's another proposal that gives you structured data in and out of transclusion. So I can have pound list some arguments, and that is not going to evaluate to a wiki text string, although it will render as a wiki text string if you really want to, but it will get passed on to other parser functions or to your Lua module to like first as a structured list. So I have the structured list, I can get the first element of it. And I can actually do key value list too, right? So I can have a key value list that's 2 items. One has name equals moth, key name value moth, the other is key caption value variable drab moth, which turns out to be the name of this beautiful moth, and it's variable, which is why it's on this slide. And people actually do this already. There's an extension array functions, which is really nice. It has to jump through some really ugly hoops to make this right. It base 64 encodes a JSON object, which then, anyway, we shouldn't have to do that. The fun thing is, so another problem we have on project variable length argument lists, we don't have support for that in Wikitext. We end up just suffixing the names, and so we just have like name 1 equals, caption 1 equals, name 2 equals, caption 2 equals. It doesn't localize well. There's some languages for that just doesn't work very well at all. The directionality can be off too. And of course, if you forget name 2, are you going to notice that? And is your code going to handle that properly? So structured arguments give you a way of dealing with that. I can just pass files. I can pass it a list of things, and the list can have the name and caption all associated. And if you think hard about it, list is actually just a synonym for KV, because the way Wikitext works, any positional argument is given the name 1, 2, whatever. We're 1 based. That's just how it works. Okay, but the fun thing is, I can if I reserve the ... name, I can have that be a key value list of all the arguments to this template, and then I can pass that to a different template by just assigning it to ... Or I can interrogate it with first and last, pull out specific arguments and whatnot. But I think that would finally give us a reasonable way to do variable length argument lists without the mess that you saw in that first slide, and without the other common pattern, which is the same block of Wikitext copied 10 times, one for file 1, one for file 2, one for file 3, and then someone wants to add a 11th one, and then you're like, oh no! Anyway, so that's that. Okay, so yeah, I'm roughly on time, so we'll have some time to talk about all this. But I've done enough like Wikitext syntax stuff, so let's talk about the translate extension. We can translate content on wikis. It's fun. How it works is I have some text. I mark it up with translation regions. So this is translation region 1. This is translation region 2. This is translation region 3. And there's a nice interface where it will show me that those 3 things or 4 things are not translated, and then I can translate them. And then it's actually really great when someone goes back and adds some text to it later. It will tell me that those regions have been updated now, Now there's marvelous beaches with a lot of seagulls, and then prompt me to retranslate it and give a new translation. But I told you this is the part where I talk about not wiki text. This stuff is kind of unsightly, and people don't maintain it correctly, and then it breaks things, and no one knows what it's for if you're a sort of single language editor and you see all these strange things in there. So it would be nice if that was not wiki text, right? This is the part where I talk about things which shouldn't be wiki text, perhaps. So annotations. Sometimes all the information you want to include in wiki text is just too cumbersome, and we don't actually record some of that information. In annotations, we have comments in the text, which sort of work. Might be nice to have a kind of like real discussion like we have on the talk page, except in the margin or something, but we can't actually stick it in the wiki text, because if you stuck all the contents of the talk page into the wiki text, people would scream, right? But it should be possible to even just sort of have a discussion on the talk page that is linked to a specific point in the original text that I can sort of reference. Citations, of course, we talked about. Maybe the solution, the reason we don't have range citations is because the markup is ugly. Maybe we don't need the markup. Maybe we can keep them outside the wiki text with a sort of general annotation service. So the key is this would be used for transformative information which applies to the main article text but is not the main article text. And it's decoupled from the changes. I think everyone sort of agrees that the explicit migration process that the translate extension has is the sort of way you don't want to sort of transparently migrate stuff and risk getting it wrong because the content changed in a way you didn't expect. But being able to just sort of click through and say yes, yes, migrate that. This is the current text in the current version which applies to that works. And again, same thing. We have a sort of culture of fixing obvious mistakes, and so as I've talked to people about this, it seems like everyone is happiest if it sometimes is wrong, right? If I've updated the base text and the annotation doesn't exactly apply, they'd rather see it as a big red X that prompts them to then fix it and give the correct region than like try to magically do it and maybe get it wrong. The key thing is that there should be, this is something with where there are potentially many authors of the annotation and many authors of the base text. And many of the authors of the base text may not know anything about the annotations, right? That's the other sort of key property. So what would it look like? There's already this nice extension by Brian Wolf, inline comments, which sort of shows how this works in Visual Editor, which is also a feature we've talked about for a long time. You basically have a special mode in Visual Editor that would just let you see the highlighted regions. It might be useful to have a generic interface on the side that sort of displays the annotation over to the side and lets you edit it in place. For a lot of lightweight annotations, like Wikispeech wants to do pronunciations of words, flipping onto that mode and sort of correcting the pronunciation of ornate might be helpful. But you could also build completely bespoke UX like Translate does, which is custom built for the purpose. You don't necessarily need to cram everything into the sidebar if you don't want to. Okay, that was annotations. I did sort of promise that I'd say how templates could work without wiki text. I'm going to talk a lot more about this on Friday at 11:15. But the basic idea is that you have a page with a data context, and you have what's called a logic list template engine, which you can edit in Visual Editor. So this is Mustache. This is one of the logic list template engines. This is how it sort of works. In Mustache, you have these placeholders, name and value, and you have a block. Those are the only two syntax constructs. Blocks actually have both an if and an else. And then there's the page is evaluated in a data context, which in the context of our projects would be generated by Scribuntu. And those values are just substituted in. Blocks can appear more than one time. You could have an iteration as well. And so this is what it would look like in Wikitext, which is much the same. This is just sort of a port of the Mustache. We already have this triple brace syntax. And hey, look, here's docs again, but there's a new parser function which just does the The thing is that you could do this. This is a different example, but you could do this in Visual Editor, right? You have a little, special widget for a placeholder, which you can edit or insert or write text around. You can put it in a table. Like this is the block. Again, it's a little special widget that Visual Editor knows about, but it's not a lot of new machinery there. The idea is that these templates are very simple, but they are visual, and so they're edited directly in this form, and that the logic, all the complicated stuff, gets put over on the Scribuntu side. Okay, getting close to the end here. Page description language. So I mentioned this briefly with Pound Media, but the idea is the way that we actually associate images with articles isn't really the way that anyone else does. So if you if you use a desktop layout program, you've got something like this, which has frames and frames for an image, frames for text, frames for the title, and it sort of pours the text into it to generate a beautiful layout. And so the idea here is that we have some sort of page description language, and we render all the articles in the context of a page design. And when an article is in the multi-content revision MCR world, that includes the main body text, includes info boxes, images, sidebars, whatever. The page design specification tells me where all those pieces go on the page. It says the info box goes on the top right, but the page design might actually be different for desktop and mobile and print. That we actually want a different design section of the article, and then you sort of stitch the sections together. So this is the use cases, same use cases I talked about before. Is it going to play? Oh, no, it's not. Oh well. So you'll have to go to this URL yourself and scroll through them. But this is a catalog of existing page designs from our existing content. If you just go to the article on Moon, you'll see a bunch of them. You'll see places where you've got one image illustrating it. You'll see places where you've got two images side by side that are both about the same thing, like the left side of a spacecraft and the right side of the spacecraft. You'll have a full width image, which I think in the Moon article is the orbit of the Moon to scale. Right? Here's the Earth. This is how big the Moon's orbit is. And so each one of those little like designs becomes a style argument to media, or becomes an element in the page design thing. So instead of saying this article has this image which is 800 pixels wide, it says this uses the full width image style, page design, whatever, and these are the images associated with it. And different in mobile it might look one way, desktop it might look a different way. But we're talking about the semantics of what the images are supposed to do in this section, not exactly how big they are and whether they're left or right justified. Okay. Here's another story. Again, sorry, I'm picking on you, James. Elevator is an English word. That's an article on English Wikipedia. There's the German guy who invented it. James would call this a lift. Serbian actually sides with James, as it turns out. The word is lift. I don't know how it's pronounced in Serbian. Turns out that Serbian has two different writing systems, both Latin script, and this is the same article in Cyrillic script. And that's a common feature of a lot of languages. Mandarin, this is the article on Elevator if you were in Taiwan. This is classical Chinese. Not classical Chinese, traditional characters. This is how it would look on the mainland, which is simplified characters. And if I flip back and forth, you'll see a lot of the characters change shape, not all of them. And there are other languages like this is Urdu here and Hindi and Devanagari script here. Those languages are extremely similar, but their writing systems are very different. On the side of the border, we write it in Arabic script. On the India side of the border, we write it in Devanagari. And we have a technology on MediaWiki which lets us convert those so that we don't have to write the same content twice. It's called Language Converter. It's in use on 11 wikis. It's been requested a lot more. Basically, it provides a syntax like that says, for American English, it's this. For British English, it's that. And there's a way to sort of opt out for sentences where that conversion is not appropriate. one of the main difficulties with it is all that stuff is there for readers, and it all goes away when you go to edit the page. This is a page on elements, I think, on Serbian Wikipedia. You'll notice that the top of it is in Cyrillic, and the bottom of it is in Latin script, which is just how those editors wrote it. This is fine in Serbian because most speakers are biliterate. They can write either one of their writing systems. That's not common. Most in Chinese Wiki, for example, a billion possible readers there, most people can't read both, or if they can read them, they don't feel confident writing them correctly. They don't know what the correct simplified character is if they naturally write in traditional characters, or vice versa. And this tends to cause editors problems, right? You're reading the article, you find a mistake, you click open, and suddenly it's something that you can't read. And then it separates projects like Urdu and Hindi, which are the same language spoken, mutually intelligible. They can't share a wiki because their writing system is not convertible at this point, at least. So we could talk more about that, but that's another dream of mine is sort of fixing that. This ties in with the annotation stuff I mentioned, because another one of the problems here, one of the reasons we don't use this for English wiki, for example, for British and American spellings, is because editors would complain about all this cruft in the wiki text. Every time we say elevator, there's a little thing here that says lift instead. If we used annotation instead and made this transparent, and then James and I could agree on what the name of the article for orange is. Is it orange? Orange color, that's right, the parentheses after it. It would just look C-O-L-O-R when I read it, and it would look C-O-L-O-U-R when he reads it, and when he edits it, it would do the same thing. And neither of us would really care exactly how it's stored, right? It would just be marked as to probably O-U-R because you were the original editor, so you get the, anyway. Yeah, so this is another area I'd love to see Wikitext get better at. And this is my last one. If you just sort of take one step further, take this too many steps further. Transliteration is just translation between languages which are really, really, really similar, right? And if we can write in British English and read in American English, can we do the same for languages which are further apart, use the same basic idea? And for that matter, why do we use completely separate technology stacks for content translation and language converter? This is a hacky mock-up, but this is the article, Nairobi in Swahili and Nairobi in English. Right now, we don't have any split screen view, even if you read both of them. We never really show them side by side. Completely different editors work on both of these. To some degree, this is a good thing. We allow the independence of languages. The Swahili take on Nairobi might be different in ways than maybe the English article is written by an American, right? But at the same time, the fact that they can't work together, I think, is more of a flaw than a feature. Like they shouldn't be forced to work together, right? But there's a big difference between being forced to work together and not being able to work together. And I do believe that this is the sort of one wiki, and there's a hyperlink up there, idea is we should be working on tools on our wikis that let us collaborate better. Like we should be able to have a shared talk page where folks on both versions of this article can work together, and we use all the great language technology tools we have now to translate back and forth so that language isn't a barrier when it doesn't have to be. Okay, and again, sort of builds on other ideas, annotations, talk about multilingual templates and Lang and whatnot. But that's it, and we do have, there's the 18 item list. We've got 10 minutes now for me to turn this over to you all and tell me what was good, what was bad, and what I missed. Do we have another mic? Or? Yeah. Hand this one up to the other side.
Hello, I'm Jiku. And it's not, it is. 6 point. I don't really agree with you because I think syntax non-uniformity is better from a readable point of view, from a human readable point of view actually. If you encapsulate everything in the same, how do you call it, square brackets, right? Then I think it's harder to find what you're looking for.
I will say I mostly agree, right, which is why I said they should be aliases. The problem is, as soon as someone tries to do something one step further, everything breaks, right? And so I think there should be, people are used to __TOC, it works, there's no reason to change it, but as soon as you want to add an argument, now you're just kind of out of luck. And so I feel like for all those forms, there should be a standard form that you could use if you wanted to do something which the more familiar form doesn't work. Like, make the easy things easy. We can have lots of easy ways, but it should always be possible to do the other things too. That's my philosophy, at least. So no, I like. Thank you for disagreeing with me, because I want to hear more of that. James, why shouldn't we rename color to CLOUR?
I mean, obviously it should be under hue, and then no one gets to complain. What I would say, though, is I really like the idea of helping people collaborate better on different flavors of languages, whether we call them, scripts or variants or whatever. I worry a little bit about the technology essentially having to make decisions for the community at large, because, as you say, I don't see what the actual stored value is, and it's not even possibly visible to me that readers will see a different experience depending on where they are and what language they're in, and maybe that's a bad experience because, actually, that use of the word lift shouldn't be replaced because it's hoisting something up in the air, it's not the personal travelator. But I think those are flies in the ointment rather than a reason to kill the patient. Good challenges and fun things to have.
Yeah, I would say I think that's an existing problem that I'd like to solve, right, and to some degree, because that's what happens on Chinese Wiki all the time, right? People make a change and it doesn't read correctly in mainland Chinese anymore, and they don't know, right? And so I think if we build tools that help migrate, and that's why I think it was important on on the annotation stuff to have that manual step to port changes back and forth. I think that does help. It keeps the human in the loop. The thing we have to worry about these days is we have these great translation engines. Increasingly, they're powered by large language models, which means they're really capable, but they also are prone to hallucination and bias. And so I think we do want to double down on keeping the human in that loop. But that said, if I make an article to the Swahili article on Nairobi, and I add some new fact or some detail about a neighborhood, if it could prompt an English language reader say, hey, someone just made an edit to this article on this side, would you like to add that same content to the English article? This is what I think it should say. And then, again, human in the loop, you read it, say, is that actually true? Maybe I'm not going to take action on that because I can't verify it. But I think that sort of thing is an enabler, right? It lets you sort of do more powerful things without forcing bad results. He's got it behind him.
I have also one thing that how much of this markup can be translatable, because, for example, if you have thumbnail, you have left, right, or something else, but you can translate it to, for example, for Polish, and then you are using parameters in Polish, so po lewej, po prawej.
So this is a whole section which I didn't include. So we have template data, right, in core now, which lets you describe the parameters to a template and to some degree localize them. It doesn't work for extensions. It doesn't work for any of these magic words. One of my goals in the syntax uniformity, again, without replacing the other one, knowing that there's a standard template-like form for it means that I can use template data to provide that same information about the arguments to just pound display title. One of the problems I'll say when I looked at doing this in a patch is the localizations of those magic words are hugely variable, like terrible quality. Some of them are not localized at all. The key sensitivity varies. Some of them have issues with like .i versus .i in Turkish, and so they're marked as case insensitive, but it doesn't actually work because we don't recognize the lowercase version of the I. one of my hopes, actually, again, like the patch I started working on for the syntax uniformity ended up cleaning up a lot of the localizations as well, because you have to, right? But, we can at least specify, again, if there's probably, if they haven't localized it, they're probably using the English language version of those magic words on the articles. Anyway, we can't really change that without breaking a lot of content, but we can give you a localized version which actually works as well.
Yeah, and I love that you looked at the translation from technical point of view. Just ignore that two countries can have a totally different point at
yeah. No, that's really, come to my Scributu talk and we'll talk about that more, because that's, yeah. There's a fun, we fixed a bug in Esperanto wiki where the suffix the image suffix RA is used for pixels for PX, or PX is used in English Wikipedia. But a lot of Esperanto words, like the word for left justify your image, also ended in RA, and so it was getting parsed incorrectly as, so there's a bunch of that lurking around there that if you actually try to provide a slightly more rigorous localization, you end up cleaning up, in my experience at least, or finding something across and coming up with a reasonable answer. Knock on wood.
You just need to start speaking.
So you wanted someone to object politely.
Yeah.
Under section 6, you just, as a throwaway comment, said, obviously we'll keep all the old syntax. And I want to challenge on that. It is mad that a link to a page is a link to a page unless you happen to have used a language code, in which case it's an interwiki, unless you happen to have linked to a category, in which case it's a category tag, unless you happen to link to a media file, in which case it's a transclusion of the image, unless it's not, because it's a different kind of image, right? There are reasons to move away from some
I'm sort of
past.
Towing the line between the grunge approach, where I actually clean that up and only give you one way to do everything, and existing Wikitext, where we have millions of pages of content which use all those weird things. So this is, again, I guess this is my bias speaking, is I think the way we get there is we provide cleaner syntax, and we don't ignore it, but we have very efficient wiki gnomes who clean stuff up, right? And if we get consensus that this modern syntax is better than the old one, they'll go through and eventually clean it up. We don't have to break it all at once. That's
all right. There's a question here before we take that from the virtual audience here. I'm from Lucas Weckmister. This is termed the devil's advocate question. How many Wikitext versions or variants, like enable and disable backticks, can we support in Parsoid before it becomes unsustainable and impossible to maintain?
Yeah, no, that's a good. That was a provocation I left in there. We actually have the way that we've been doing this in the Parsoid project is by aggressive linting rules. So we will, if we want to add some new capability like backticks, we will lint all of Wiki for any use of backticks that would break. And then talk to the community about cleaning them up. And if they decide they don't want to clean it up, then we're not going to use backticks for that, right? But if the community actually agrees that, and we've done this for like magic links was the most recent example. A lot of wikis turned off magic links. We first linted them all, and every place where they did accidentally use a magic link, it got cleaned up, and only then did we actually turn off magic links. So I think, I like to think that if we do some kind of feature flag thing, it is a temporary step that says we'll turn it on now because we know that we have a linting process to eventually get rid of them. I think we basically need to use all of our possible options, and that's just one of the tools. We haven't actually had to use it yet, but I suspect that we will have to use it at some point, some version of a feature flag.
Yeah, I have a question, because you are speaking about adding new functions. Did you think about something options? Because that's something that I never saw live in MediaWiki, that we just removed something and sorry, that was stupid, we would not repeat it.
Yeah. I mean, we have actually successfully deprecated something. We're deprecating REST base. We're not good at it. I think things like the linting tools help us get better at it by letting us do that safely. But it annoys me that we have 5 different template engines on the project and we never got rid of any of them. And I would like to fix that by adding a 6th. But, I mean, yeah.
All right, so do you have a question? Okay, after that question, we'll take a last one and then that'll be it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So I have another 2 thoughts that I'm happy align somehow with what you suggested here. One of them is linking to files, because generally we don't allow links in links, and links in files in descriptions are allowed, and even this standard syntax highlighter, as far as I know, does not recognize this exception, so I'm happy that it could be sometimes solved. And another case is like strange intersection of extension translate and templates, because, well, extension translate sometimes implicitly adds equal signs, which is very likely to break translations in those languages that you know and you don't view because you just cannot read them and you didn't update them. So these are like 2 things that I've stumbled upon multiple times, and I'm happy that possible if some of these innovations, some of these ideas are implemented, that they could disappear finally.
Yeah, I'll say the translate extension is the key use cases for annotations, because I think it doesn't actually behave like most other extension tags either. It's weird, and so it's one of those cases where it would be useful to use other syntax. What was the first thing you said?
About links and links.
Oh yeah, so I mentioned fragment composition grammar. That's one of those things that you could address in that. There are ways to get links and links in various ways in Wiki if you try hard enough. And yeah. So having a better way of saying that and trying to figure out what that means. Is the link stripped? Is the what actually happens if you try to make a link and link? Does the first link end and the new link starts, or is it whatever? Right? Like we're gradually, the idea behind a fragment composition grammar is trying to define exactly what that means and then doing that always, right?
All right, so before we wrap it up, Scott, just one last question here from the virtual audience, and then that's the end of it. Does accessibility be the most important factor? That's the first question. And if so, would it make sense to adapt scripts to reach the largest audience?
What was the first part?
Does accessibility be the most important factor? Is accessibility the most important factor?
I will say we've made a number of changes specifically for accessibility. It is like one of the motivations between Lang is that if you give text which is not marked up proper language to like a screen reader, things get terrible very quickly. We've also, like not included in this, we've changed how our heading markup works, specifically to make it more screen reader friendly. I would just say my summary would be that the more semantic information you can include about what you're actually trying to do with this, the better result will be. And I think, when I talked about even like page description language, that's like from a visual perspective, but from a screen reader too, it would be helpful to say there's also an image which illustrates this concept and have that as text rather than at some random point in the paragraph where someone actually added the markup.
All right, so the other part of the question was, would it make sense to adapt scripts to reach the largest audience?
To adapt scripts? I'm not sure exactly what that means.
Okay, so would it make sense to adapt scripts to reach the largest audience? So I don't know.
I guess my confusion is because the word script has a lot of different meanings. So one meaning is the writing systems, and if that's what's meant, I think language converters are great technology, and it addresses people like real issues, even between James and I, like we use different words for stuff, right? That's like a real factor of how humans, Kenyan English is different from British English, it's different from Indian English, and if we can make our projects work with that better, it also helps us work better with Taiwan and mainland China or Pakistan and India. Like it helps everyone. And screen readers potentially as well, right? Yeah. Hopefully I answered your question, whoever that was. Thanks.
Hopefully. Thank you very much, Scott. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, you can applause. Yeah. So this is the end of the session for today. See you tomorrow. Bye for now. Bye.